What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas has parted ways with running backs coach Chad Scott. Why did it happen? What does it mean? And where do the Longhorns go from here? Could Bucky Godbolt be in the mix? We'll talk about that. Plus, some transfer portal updates. 3 more Longhorns announcing their intentions to leave the program yesterday. We've got an early front runner for CJ Baxter. The all-SEC teams were announced. Phillip Rivers got signed to an NFL team. Seriously, some hot stove for Major League Baseball and an oopsie from an Ohio man at a local bank. Oh, yeah, we'll get to all of those stories and more. Plenty of fun, plenty of sports, and plenty of great conversation between now and 9 o'clock. We appreciate y'all starting your Wednesdays with us. Happy hump day, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good, man. It's doing good. Beautiful morning, sunrise. It's a gorgeous day out here in Dripping Springs. It really, really is. Got no complaints. The sun is supposed to be shining today and tomorrow. We're going to have lots of sunshine, no rain until I think it's next week possibly, but it's dry out. But it's kind of cool in the morning. It's not as bad as it was yesterday. Yesterday was cold. It doesn't seem as cold as yesterday, but once again, in the evenings now, when that sun goes down, which it goes down about 5:15, it is cold, man. The temperatures drop quickly in the evenings now. Getting close to these winter months. Not quite there yet.
You'll let us know when winter
is, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can let you know that winter starts on December 21st.
Is that the call, the national or the worldwide call? I'll let you know when it is.
Okay, you're in charge.
I'm in charge of that and rain for sure. Other than that, it's good. My wife's back in town, and I had my little staycation at the airport like I always do over there in the phone lot, the cell phone lot.
We got to start right there because, in my opinion, this is the worst thing that you do. And you have a lot of questionable bits. We all have a lot of questionable bits, right? Like things we do that just don't make a lot of sense to other people. And for me, this is your most questionable bit.
Yeah, it's a bad bit.
When you're picking somebody up from the Austin airport,
which is normally just my wife, Uber Mike. They call me Uber Mike.
Uber Mike. Oh, your wife calls you Uber Mike?
Yeah.
Well, when you get to the airport to pick up your wife, you intentionally get there more than 2 hours before she lands, and you just sit in the cell phone lot by yourself doing absolutely nothing for hours until she arrives. I feel like most people try to time it perfectly. Like, hey, okay, you're getting here at 9:15. I'm going to be at the airport at 9:15. Thanks for letting me know. And you go out of your way to get there ridiculously early just to wait in your car.
Yeah, it seemed like I went and had Chinese food yesterday, China food. And so I thought, if I went and got some China food, knowing that I'm going to eat that so fast, just because I see the headlights on the headlights, the lead to the airport on 290. I'm like, oh my God, it's now close to 7 o'clock. I know her flight gets in at 8:48 or something like that. And I'm like, oh my God, look at this. This thing, how am I going to get through here? I got through there in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And I just sit, listen to
her flight landed at 8:48.
It landed more like a little bit after 9. When it was time to actually pick her up, it was 20 after 9.
What time did you leave your house?
I don't know, 5:30 something to go eat.
Oh my God, dude.
What
are you doing?
Anything can happen, man. You got to go early. What if you get a flat tire? Which it's not like I'm going to get out and change it.
Right. If you get a flat tire, hey, honey, sorry, you got to take an Uber today.
Yeah, that could happen too.
Right. I mean, you could have watched an entire movie on the Hallmark Channel before you left and still gotten to the airport early.
When traffic had been gone by then?
Yeah. Yeah, you leave at 8:15, there's no traffic. You leave at 5:30, you're gonna be sitting for a while.
Well, I got to have a nice little Chinese dinner, which I left in the back of the car, and the first thing my wife said is, "What is that smell in here?"
Hey, no, you're welcome for picking you up.
Oh, no, that I did get that, though, yesterday. That was the first in a long time I got an actual, "Hey, thank you for picking me up."
That's
See, I
good.
just never have people do that. I never have people take me to the airport or pick me up. I go ahead and pay the $19 or $21 a day for my car to be there.
Mm.
I just don't like people waiting around for me, because who knows what could happen. I might meet a beauty in the airport. Maybe I won't want to get in my car right away.
Oh, is
You
that why
know?
you get to the airport 2.5 hours
No,
early?
that's
You're
not
worried that
why.
your
That's just
wife is gonna meet a beauty in the
no,
airport?
no, not in that lot. The guy got outside his car and started smoking right beside me, and I got the windows rolled up, and you could still smell the smoke getting into my car. I was so pissed.
So you
I
okay, so
wanted
what
to take a
time
tire iron to him.
so what time okay, you left your house at 5:30, you went and got a
Yeah,
nice Chinese dinner. I don't know if you can
yes,
call it China food
kind of
anymore, but
food. Yes,
quote me
okay.
on that. What time did you finish your meal?
In about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, so you got to the airport at what, 6?
I got there just before 7 o'clock.
Alright, so you waited in the cell phone lot for 2 hours.
Yeah, and by the time you get out, it's 2.5 hours. Yeah, it was like 9:30 when she put a bag, she put a bag in her thing. She didn't want to be traveling with a carry-on in her bag, so I had to wait for her to get it from the carousel.
Dude, you shouldn't have left your place until 8:45.
There's no way.
Yeah.
You're not getting to the air. I live in Dripping Springs. I don't live
It's
downtown.
not Does it take you 45 minutes to get to the airport?
No, it takes about a half hour.
Okay, you said she got in your car at 9:30. If you left at 8:45, you could have still gotten there early.
What if the plane comes in early?
When does that ever happen?
Never.
Exactly.
Once the plane comes in on time?
You still would have been early. What do you do in your car for that long?
I sing. I look at my phone. I play my hits.
You don't watch a movie or a show on your phone? Nothing?
I drink a bunch of water and then have to get up and go to that gas station thing that's right there about 3 times,
Oh my
waiting.
god. That's incredible. That is
Is that a lot? Is that too early? Is that way too early?
that is way
Yeah,
too
Uber
early.
Mike is gonna have to. Oh, you should see. You think that's bad? How about if when I take her in the mornings? Come back for the show at this time. Her flight left at like 6 something. What time do you think she had to get up? She had to get up like 3:30 for me to do my thing and get her there and back. That's just the way that works.
Yeah.
If Uber Mike is leaving, you're getting up about an hour and a half earlier than you used to.
I'm not one of those guys who gets to the airport super early to board a flight, but I understand that more than getting to the
Waiting.
airport 2 hours early to pick somebody up from a flight.
I was excited to see her.
Just too excited, I
Yeah,
think.
that wears off really quick.
All
Good
right.
morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much. We do appreciate what you do for us. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And please be careful out there. Look out for the tire irons. And, I saw people got a little testy, although I did let somebody in.
That's good. You should always let
And by the way,
somebody
they
in.
had their blinker on and they needed to go and they were running out of space.
You didn't react like this?
No, I did not react like that. I just said, go ahead. As long as it keeps moving and we don't stop, we don't have to stop, or the guy behind me doesn't have to stop because I'm letting you in. It just kind of flowed. That's the way it should be. You should be able to just slide in and keep the thing moving. It's when people come to a complete stop, like I'm not going to stop. You can slide in there, fit your car in there, but I'm not stopping to give you space so that the guy behind me rams into me.
Mhm.
Figure that out there.
There's your tip for kids in the car line this morning. Just slide in and keep this thing going.
There you go. It's like the people that go around the rotaries there that are looking like, oh, is it my time to go? No, it's not your time to go. I'm in the thing. You wait till I go past you before you jump in there.
One of those traffic circles,
Yeah.
the roundabouts. What do they call them? Roundabouts.
Yeah, back east, they call them little rotaries. And I'm
Mm.
like, I don't understand how people here struggle with that sometimes. I'm like, how are you struggling with that? Find a spot and go. Just keep it moving. If you want to patch out in front of me and get in there, that's your business.
I ain't slowing down.
Yeah, I'm just going around in the normal speed that I always go around. I'm not speeding up. I'm not slowing down.
And you're one of those guys who never exits. You just keep going around in circles
all
just to
day
F with
long.
people. Yeah.
But if they had that at the airport, that's what I'd probably be doing.
Oh my God. All right.
Yes,
We're
I'm
having some
sorry.
fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at that.
That is great. Well, hey, the big news surrounding the Texas football program yesterday. This dropped in the afternoon. Multiple sources reported, and it's been confirmed that the University of Texas has parted ways with running backs coach Chad Scott after just one season.
That dude headed to North Texas, probably.
I have no idea. This
That's
is
his
not a
former
case
boss.
of him taking another job, and that's why he's leaving. This is a case of he got fired. They say parting ways to try to make it sound a little easier, but he got fired after just 10 months on the job. Chad Scott was hired in February to replace Tashard Choice, who, of course, departed for the NFL's Detroit Lions. And I know it was a small sample size, Buck, but it was about as bad of a sample as you could possibly get because Texas had its worst rushing offense since 1944.
Yeah, and his predecessor recruited a bunch of those dudes.
He did. Yeah. Maybe you put some of it on Tashard Choice. You obviously put some of Texas's run game struggles on Steve Sarkisian. It is his offense. And he's also the guy who went out and hired Chad Scott. So obviously the head coach has to shoulder a lot of the blame for the run game problems here in 2025. But, I mean, you don't double down on a bad bet.
No, you don't.
The Texas run game was a 7-2 offsuit. You fold and you ask the dealer to reshuffle, and that's what.
Yeah, if you have an all-time bad season in your first year, the worst in the history, then that negates you as an assistant coach pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm usually surprised to see any coach get fired after just 1 year.
Yeah, well, they didn't bring him in. He didn't come in with that group.
Right. Well, again, when the rushing offense is as bad as it was this year, it didn't come as much of a surprise. I think there were a lot of Longhorn fans advocating for this, and I think it felt pretty obvious that something needed to be done to get this running game back on track. You couldn't just run it back with the same coaches and the same players that you had this season and just prayed that it was all going to work out next year. Changes had to be made. Obviously, we've seen some personnel changes with CJ Baxter enter the transfer portal. And, Steve Sarkisian basically admitted that the Longhorns are going to be in the market to bring in a running back from the portal. And now you get your first coaching shakeup. I don't think it's going to be the last, by the way, but it's the first big staff change that's made by Steve Sarkisian so far in the offseason.
Somebody told me don't eat any of these beauties in the parking lot. Those are called lot lizards. No way.
Yeah, they're hanging out in a parking lot.
Lot lizards for sure, huh?
They're definitely lot lizards.
Oh, my God. Well, nobody tried to sell me a watch or anything.
All right. No meth, no heroin, nothing like that.
Just cigarette smokers.
Okay. All right. Well, that's how it starts. That's the gateway drug right there.
Yeah, cigarettes, huh?
No lot lizards.
Yeah, there was going to be a casualty on this staff anyway, on the offensive side. Somebody was going to go. And like I said, I think Chris Jackson is such a good coach. I didn't even know enough about this coach to say if he was good or not. So I hate to see anybody get fired, especially after 1 year. It can't all be that dude.
Can't all be that dude. Yeah, I mean, you are the running backs coach that is responsible for your program's worst running game in 81 years.
Yeah, that's going to fall on somebody. It ain't going to fall on the head coach. He's not going to let it fall on him.
Right.
He's going to make a decision on what to do with that. So.
Well, the head coach isn't going to fire himself.
No, he's going to fire somebody else. Somebody else is going to take that fall.
And look, this was the first time in Steve Sarkisian's career as either a head coach or an offensive coordinator that he's failed to have a running back eclipse 1,000 yards.
Yeah, and he's been around football a long time with a lot of different running back coaches. So
yeah, I mean, that streak was over a dozen years long. So I mean, Trey Wisner ran for 1,000 yards last year. He was the SEC's lone returning 1,000-yard rusher here in 2025. And he went from nearly 1,100 yards as a sophomore with Tashard Choice as his running backs coach to not even 600 this year with Chad Scott as his running backs coach. And remember, he needed that massive game against A&M to even get to 500.
Yeah, I know. We were worried, wondering if he was going to get 500 yards, which that's not good.
I think he was at 442 after Arkansas. So
I could have got him. I could have got him 990.
He was 58 yards away, and I think we posed the question to our great audience, and it's like, hey, do you think Trey Wisner is going to have 500 yards this season? Is he going to get 58 against the Aggies to get? There was a lot of
no. There was a lot of no. He's not.
There were a lot of no's out there, and it's understandable why your answer would have been no, considering how bad he was and how bad this entire run game was. Thankfully, he got over that easily. He almost got to 600 because of how much he did on Black Friday. But obviously a big step back for him. And I mean, Buck, the whole position room was an unmitigated disaster this year, right? Like Trey Wisner regressed. Jarrett Gibson didn't take a step and he ended up leaving midseason. CJ Baxter looked like a shell of himself. Christian Clark looked lost out there. James Simon didn't get to play. And we kept hearing behind the scenes that, oh, it's because they don't trust him to block. Like nobody got better in that running back.
That's the one thing that if the kid really didn't get on the field because he couldn't pass protect, then the coach, he should be gone. I said that when that happened. Yeah. If I hear that a kid can get on the field because he couldn't pass protect, then you could get somebody else to coach him then.
I don't know what the exact reason was, but regardless.
The exact reason, it was a total disaster, and you couldn't find anybody in that whole group to help Trey Wisner out. You couldn't find a number 2 running back, and that shouldn't be that hard to do. I mean, you're recruiting guys who are some of the best in the whole thing with Baxter, that's nobody's fault there. That's just a guy that's knee hadn't come back all the way or he's not ready to go. That's not the running back coach's fault on that. We knew that before it started. He may be back too early or he just doesn't, everybody doesn't heal the same way with those knees. And he was just a casualty of that, I believe. The thing about kids not being if a freshman ain't prepared, if a freshman comes in here for winter workouts and enrolls and is here, by the time that spring football season is over with, he will be blocking. If I coach him, he won't have any problems with pass protection. I'll just, he won't even have to have a helmet on. I'll make him stick his face into a wall. That should never be a problem. If you played high school football and you're at the top level of high school football, you're a 6A kid or is coming out of the state of Florida, there should be no excuses why you can't pick up a linebacker or move him in a direction that you want him to move in. That's bad. That was bad. And if that's the only reason why the damn kid, the freshman got it, and if he has something that we didn't see, and their excuse was this dude can't pick up the blitz, then that coach should be gone.
You said if I were coaching, does that mean you're throwing your hat in the ring, Buck?
My wife said you'd be dead in a year. I said, hey, I could be dead in a year anyway. What's the difference?
You could be dead today.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking about? Dead in a year. I'd have to have an assistant to the assistant. I definitely have to have a graduate assistant that would be near me because, back in the day, I could take a hit from, balls being thrown. You're kind of close at a lot of times. And guys they pretend they don't see you, but you get hit a lot. I mean, I got hit a lot as a coach and just kind of bounced up. Dude, I'm 70, getting on to be 71 years old. A hit right now is not a good thing.
I mean, Dwayne Aquina coached this past season at 69. Guys are about the same age, and he's still out there getting it done.
Of course I could get it done. My wife is like, there's no way you'd have I'm like, of course I could get that done. It's not that wouldn't be a big deal to me. But nah, I don't know. Kids different. The communication's a little bit different with them.
You don't think you could handle recruiting in 2025?
That's a lot of travel, boy. You're talking about going to airports early. That's getting in and out of airports. I don't know. I can't see myself as being that guy. I could recruit running backs.
What about NIL? You think you could handle all of that?
Oh, no, because some of them are paying me on the side. I'm getting a little extra something myself.
Hey, here's what we'll give you, but also you're going to have to give me a little cut of that.
Yeah, what am I getting out of this deal?
You'd be getting a nice payday. I don't think it'd be coming from the players, but you
No,
would
dude,
be getting a nice paycheck from the university if you took that job.
I can coach runners. I know their psyche. I don't know. It's 71. I don't know. And it's more so the physical than the mental for me. It would be like I said, dude. If you can't get out, you got to be able to get out of the way. You got to move pretty fast on a practice field. Ask some of these high school coaches about when they get, and they're young guys and they get knocked around in the fray, trying to coach them up. It don't take much to knock me over. You'd see me half the practices, I'd be on the ground, and the trainers would be over there with me.
Yeah, that's
That's,
just from the wind too. That's not even from taking a hit.
I know. I mean, that's the only thing. My ability to coach is not the problem. My steps wouldn't be quite as quick as they used to be when I would show examples of going through ropes and hitting sleds, and that would be pretty funny.
Oh, you'd be showing them old highlights from your playing days, and it'd all be
No.
black and white footage.
With the leather helmets.
Yeah.
No, I would say this. I would be just fine.
Well, what about a wheelchair if you're worried about?
No, dude. No. They hit that chair. You can't really get out of the way of that chair. At least I could fall down to the ground.
I feel like you can roll faster than you can walk, no?
I would be more worried about the players getting crushed, getting screwed up by the wheelchair, or just me alone. Me tripping them and them screwing up an ankle or knee because that old fool can't get out of the way.
Think about it. You coach, you get Ricky Williams in the fold to help you at practice. You get Sean Mitchell, you get Priest Holmes. There's a lot of guys that all of a sudden you get back into the fold to help coach up that room.
Butch Hadnot making phone calls over to the university.
Sure.
No, dude. I
Come on, do the show in the morning. Go to campus, coach in the afternoon.
Once again, they're not going to let a guy be on their coaching staff that's doing shows talking about their football team. They're going to go, no chance.
What about Doug Gottlieb? That guy is the head basketball coach at Green Bay, a Division I program.
Yeah, and nobody gives a rat's ass about Green Bay. ESPN doesn't even care about them. They don't even ask him about his team. They could care less.
He still hosts a daily national radio show.
And you know what they tell him? Just host the show. Don't ever say anything about Green Bay, please, unless it's the Packers.
That guy is a head coach, and he also hosts a show. You would just be an assistant coach. You could definitely do both.
No, I'll just say this.
Yes?
Yeah, I could do it. I could have
a lot of talk. Let's walk the walk.
I could have a 2-year stint and be done. I'm going to be coaching football at 75. I don't think so.
We got to reach out to.
I'll be going to T-ball, real little league games by then.
I bet Dwayne Akina's probably doing that too.
Right, going to little league games. Oh yeah,
that's probably why he's still coaching. He's like, yeah, I don't want to go to these like little league games on Saturdays. God. I'd rather be watching football. And here's my best excuse to watch football and to keep coaching.
I've gone from only needing 4 hours of sleep a night when I was getting up at 3:30 doing radio, or when I was slamming down. Oh, can I start slamming down them Jack Daniels again? I'll last a little bit longer.
Last time you were coaching, you were doing that, right?
It's all good. Really? I don't know. No, not really. No.
I didn't know you back then, so I can't confirm nor deny.
I was the life of the party back then.
Oof, that's for the best that you're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't know. You could still coach and not drink. So there are a number of coaches out there who do not drink. So
I don't know many of those.
Hey.
All the ones I knew were doing stuff like leaving extra clothes in their car when they'd come back late, banging on the door saying, I know a coach who, was coming in and knocked on his door. His wife got up and came to the door, and he pretended like the door locked behind him, like he was at home the whole time. He was standing in his underwear at the door, BK.
No way.
Oh, yeah, he got away with it, too.
That is great. Oh,
he didn't come in until the morning, but stood at the door, banging the door, and said, I just locked the door behind me.
That's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
Classic there.
I never even would try that.
No.
Mine was just night golf. every
That
once
was
in a while.
your excuse. Night golf.
Yeah. Did you hear about the new night golf place? I never got questioned on that one.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why you never got questioned on that, but
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that guy lost his job, but like I said, somebody was going to go.
yeah.
And he seemed to be the right person because of the way things went. And plus, they've only known him for a year. He didn't come in with his staff. I'm sure that was part of the deal. No, the real deal is they weren't very good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this comes down to. And again, I don't think Chad Scott is going to be the only coach that loses his job this offseason. I feel like we'll see
They're
it.
going to be talks. They're going to be talks to the offensive line coach because I got a lot of times the offensive line coach has a lot of say. Plus, he's their coordinator. He's got a lot of say in who is on that offensive line and what we should do. And do we need to go get some people? And they didn't go out and do a thing last year, and that cost them.
It did. Yeah, I think
So his input to that, the head coach is going to say, your input last year didn't help us out at all here.
Right. Well, I think so. And I think a lot of Longhorn fans would like to see a change made at offensive line coach. That one I'm not so sure is going to happen.
Dude, those are hard to come by. Boy, a good offensive line coach. I mean, this guy last year was pretty good. It was pretty good the year before, and it's been pretty good when he was at Bama. It's hard to find those guys. Boy, if you miss on that, it's really going to hurt you.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood have worked together for a long time. Obviously, those guys have been here at Texas for all 5 years.
And they've got a relationship, so they can battle with each other. And, Sark can tell him, you helped screw this up. I listened to you last year. We're going to do it my way this year.
Yeah.
And what's he going to do? Kurt going to leave? That dude ain't leaving.
Right. Yeah. And to your point.
Yeah, he's going to look and say, okay, we're going to do it. Well, you're the boss. Let's do it that way.
Sure. And to your point. I mean, hopefully Kyle Flood is smart enough to realize that they made a mistake last year, trying to stay in-house instead of going to the portal to bring in offensive linemen. That was a disaster. They didn't need portal help for the first 4 years. And here was their rationale. Hey, we just made the playoff 2 years in a row. We're the only team in America that's made the playoff 2 years in a row, and we made it all the way to the semifinal in both years. And we played for a conference championship.
Our younger guys should be getting better than we recruited.
Yeah, it's like we did not have to go to the portal for offensive linemen in either of these last 2 years, so we're not going to have to go to the portal in 2025. Everything's going to be just fine. Well, they bet on themselves. They lost the bet. They're not going to be allowed, even if somehow, some way, they both were thinking, nah, give us a mulligan. They're not going to be allowed to not use the portal. And again, both of those guys are smart enough. They realize that, we made a mistake. We have to hit the portal. We need some fix it now, guys. We can't just hope that some of these young dudes get developed. We got to bring in some guys who can help us win in 2026. So, look, like you said, I think you laid it out perfectly. Steve Sarkisian, a lot easier to get rid of Chad Scott. That's a guy he's worked with for 10 months.
Right.
He's worked with Kyle Flood throughout his entirety of his Texas tenure, and those guys have history before their times at Texas. A lot tougher to move on from a guy like that.
Yeah, and you can take, input from your offensive line coach. It doesn't matter where you are. Your offensive line coach has a lot of input, and he's going to take that. And plus, he's been, like you said, been with him for a couple of years. He's going to say, okay, fool me once, that's it. He goes, I'm going to make these decisions on who we recruit when it comes to offensive line, if we're getting in the portal or not. I'm not going to go by you thinking that you can help our farm system get better over the last couple of years, because it hasn't. And we're going to go out in the portal and get 2 or 3 guys this year. And that's it. I don't even need to hear, you just show me the guys you want. Yep. Let's go get them. That's how that's going to roll with him. Yep. I mean, he's a guy making $11 million a year. So he's a guy that's going to have to, he may have let you have input last year. You don't get much input this year. Because from this point on, even though to some people it's a nice year, you're going to a bowl game. To other people, this was a toasted failure here, and it's not going to fly if the same kind of things go on. You can't have the same things go on in your program. Sort of like when you got the running backs all hurt before the season even started the year before, and you survived that. You actually survived that madness.
Yeah,
they're never. That thing will be filled with some kind of running backs. I mean, I don't. If you get 5 of them locally that want to come to school at Texas, there'll be a running back room filled with somebody. But now you got to fill that room up with a couple of special type of players. You can't just get anybody in this conference to run the ball.
Right. Well, now you've got 105 scholarships instead of 85, so that'll make it easier to fill up that running back room and to fill up all of the rooms on the roster. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big priority, is making sure that you've got enough quality and quantity at those spots, and you didn't have enough at running back or offensive.
You got to be able to tell who's a great running back pretty quickly. When it comes to high school kids, I mean, if you just watch the game of football, you know that it's not what you bring to the table as a coach. It's what they have. It's what they have naturally. You're not going to do anything. Priest Holmes, Ricky Williams. Hell, nobody even recruited Priest. I mean, he didn't do anything special. He really, his last 2 years, he came on, and I got him hurt in the damn spring game, tore his knee up. Thank goodness he did miss a year and come back, though. But other than that, I mean, and Ricky was exactly 2 minutes of me watching film of one of his high school games. And I said, that's the one. This is the one right here. This is the guy we got to go get. I didn't need to watch him and do everything else. I was out at his house after watching 15 minutes of film. I was gone. That's the one. That's the one you zero. Those are the kind of guys you zero in on, and you do everything you can.
Hey, save this for the interview.
Oh, no, I'm not saving anything.
You're sure? It sure sounds like you were pitching yourself right now to be the next running backs coach at the University of Texas.
No, dude.
I mean, they brought Dwayne Aquina back.
I'll just say this. I'm good, but I don't know if I'm that good. Because of the changing of the lingo. And what if I said something and the kid started packing his bags, and I would say, get the F out of here then.
Hey, you're stating your case. Hey, I watched 10 minutes of Ricky Williams highlights, and I knew right away that guy was special.
Well, you could have done that. You could have said, oh, yeah, by the way, you can play linebacker too.
You want me to apply?
Yeah, do it. I mean, you can. It's those things aren't hard, man. It's just such a natural position. It's, between that and punt returners, I did, special teams, kickoff, punt returners. Kelvin Martin was pretty good. It didn't take me long, even at BC, to know that guy had a special knack for returning punts.
Hey, you hear that, Stark? Not only can Bucky coach running backs, he can help Jeff Banks with the special teams, too.
No.
Come on, man.
Dude, hey, will I have a special chair on the field where I can go sit down like a break? And when the whistle blows, can I go over and sit down for like 2 minutes?
You can have your special chair, Hugh Freeze.
Oh, I can get a relax the back chair?
You can have your stool, Bob Huggins.
Relax the back recliner.
How about that? Or a zero gravity massage chair on the sideline for the running back.
Hey, there's an NIL deal for somebody.
There you go. Boom. Just like that.
I'll talk to Ricky. I'll talk to Ricky today and see what he thinks.
You're going to have Ricky call the university to promote.
I'm not having anybody call anybody.
You're going to, hey, Ricky, please call Sark and let him know that I want to be the running backs coach at Texas one more time.
Dude, if I put those kids on a 7-man sled, they would go. First of all, they'd say, we don't have a 7-man sled over here anymore.
Hey.
We don't do 7-man sleds.
You're responsible for the last Heisman winner this university has. The people need you, Buck. It's been too long since we've had a Heisman.
Yeah. Can you imagine me running? How early would I have to get up for recruiting for airports? I'd be there before the employees got there. The TSA people, I'd be standing there at the door trying to get in 3 hours before a flight to Houston.
Hey, brother, you're flying private now.
Ooh. There's a lot of things that could be done.
There's a lot of things that could be done. All right, we'll get back.
I would have about 2 years in me.
All right. Well, hey, win a national championship next year, and then you can ride off into the sunset like John Elway.
That's possible, although my wife said you'd be dead in a year.
That's really riding off into the sunset right there.
Yeah, and she meant being hit by somebody.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could happen for sure. All right, we'll get back into this. Chad Scott relieved of his duties, no longer the running backs coach at Texas. More reasons why it happened also what it means for the current Texas running back room and a couple of potential replacements besides the Buck that we can get into, plus the latest from the transfer portal, a few more Longhorns announcing their intentions to hit the portal once it opens up in January. We'll get to those names here in a moment, but first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
All right, say hello to our friends over at the Lead Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and of course Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch each and every day. Happy hour 3 to 6 every day. All kinds of savings on single glasses of wine, select beers, and cocktails, of course, there. Lonnie's Eggnog is available for you. If you're looking for a little eggnog, and of course, the burger of the month is a steakhouse burger. Chef specials, shrimp cocktail, of course, steakhouse wedge, classic Sunday. Did not get the classic Sunday because I was there too early because I was eating breakfast. Austin's owned and operated since 2011. Love the folks over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Great place to watch the games. A lot of folks head over there before the Lake Travis games and then head on back there afterwards, I presume at 620 there. But they've got great locations and they've got fantastic food. And like I said, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch for the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a quick word from our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Folks, and don't forget our friends over at Relax the Back. If you've got back problems, neck problems, shoulder, please head over to Relax the Back in their 2 great locations and find something that's going to help you or somebody that you care about, the accessories, to just relieve you a little bit of pain. There's nothing worse during this time of the year when you're bending over, getting up, bending over, picking up packages, wrapping packages, trying to get off the floor after wrapping packages. Boy, that pain sucks. I know it. I was trying to wrap something the other day. And I had to get the table that was right there at waist level so I could do it, because I generally would sit on the floor and then I'd have to roll back up and get back down there. But at Relax Back, they have all these different types of accessories that make you feel wonderful. And as I said, they've got 2 great locations. One is at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. rtbaustin.com for more information there. And a shout out to Altstadt Beer. Speaking of relaxation. Hey, today is National Lager Day. The best lager in the entire state of Texas is the Altstadt Lager. It's one of the best in the world. Matter of fact, it took home a gold medal a couple of years ago at the Great American Beer Festival. So it's not just me heaping the praise on Altstadt Beer. People who get paid to drink beer for a living are telling you how great Altstadt Beer is. We're just lucky enough to have it right here in the Lone Star State. It's a German-style lager brewed locally in Fredericksburg. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. And if lager's not your thing, they've got a great German-style Kolsch. They've got a Hefeweizen. They've got a light beer. They've got a great Schwarzbier for these winter months. I'm telling you, something for every palate. Get you some the next time you're at a bar, restaurant, the next time you're at a store that sells beer. Not the best. You deserve the best. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
You know, somebody's asking why Ricky was a fullback in his first year. It's because our style of offense when John McAfee was here was 2 backs in the backfield. We did a lot of stuff out of 2-back. Some of the stuff that you see now that the tight ends in motion and wham blocking and all that stuff, we had fullbacks in our offense that did that stuff. Excuse me, but when we did single back stuff, he was the guy. Believe me, nobody took the ball when it was a single back in the backfield and the ball was going to be carried most of the time. It was that dude.
Yeah.
So he carried the ball, but when he hadn't learned how to really block for anybody. So, and believe me, he didn't like that either. He didn't mind pass protection, but he didn't like, the only person he liked to block was that dude from Texas A&M. Or run him over. Going to play for the Cowboys, Dat Win.
Oh, yeah.
He loved hitting him. He would go out of his way on a run for 2 years that Dat Win was around and try to seek him out. I mean, he said, I just want to run him over. He goes, I don't care for him being around my legs and drag him. He goes, I'll find him. I'm like, well, dude's on the other side of the football. So Ricky would cut all the way back across the field to find out where he is so he could run him over. He was unbelievable with that kid.
Was that because he was an Aggie, or was that because Ricky Williams hated Vietnamese people?
Because he was an Aggie. Because everybody talked about him, how tough he was and how physically, because he was for a little, I mean, he wasn't very big. So he was physically, I mean, he was, for everybody else, he was knocking the shit out of him. But Ricky went out of his way to find him. You know, it's like, dude, why are you doing that? Why? That guy is going to puncture your lung one of these times. Never did.
I think Ricky Williams was just bitter about the Vietnam War, and he wanted to take out his frustrations on any Vietnamese person he could find. And Dat Nguyen was the only Vietnamese player on the football field that he was allowed to hit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him attack a couple guys in the championship game against Nebraska. It was the kid Winstrom, who was, I think, maybe a first-round draft choice at the defensive end, and we had worried all along, you know, how are we going to handle him? Tackle was not going to, you know, tackles weren't going to do it by themselves. He said, no, you don't need to have a tackle over there. I'll take him. I said, one-on-one in pass protection on sprint draw plays where you're going at the defensive end. He says, I got him. I told the head coach, I said, he's been working at it. He's got him. And the very first time that guy went up to try to block a pass and kick him off his feet, Ricky grabbed him up underneath his nuts and his shoulder pads and body slammed him like WWE. And he said, what do you think of that? He goes, I got him, huh? He goes, yep, you got him for the game now. I think you can handle it. He's not going to jump up in the air again, that's for sure.
That's great.
You jump up and somebody grabs you right in the gonads and then slams you to the ground. And then you're kicking him out on kick-out blocks all day. He helped Priest have a great game. Still today, for me, that was the best game I've ever seen him play.
You know, I think because of Ricky Williams' off-the-field escapades, that a lot of people think that he was just kind of a diva and had a giant ego on the field. No, that guy, I mean, based on all the stories that you've told me over the years, that guy was willing to do whatever he possibly needed and whatever he possibly could to help his team win.
Yeah, that guy would take every snap if he could. He would be, you know, when Priest would go in or Sean Mitchell, you know, which Sean would have family members on the sideline telling me that he needed to get in the game. So home and away.
Just a random guy somehow got like a team issued jacket. You would just look to your side and he's like, who the hell are you? You're not a coach.
University of Houston, the guy's standing beside me. He goes, is Sean going to get in the game soon? And I just look and I'm like, who is this guy right here? It's his cousin.
That's so
I turn my
funny.
back and talk to his cousin. There's Sean running in the game. He hears the play. He runs in the game so he gets the ball. I'm like, no, dude, he's done. I'm not going to get anybody. I don't want to get him hurt. I said, there's got a couple scrubs here that need to get in this Houston game. But no, this was he practiced like he played in games. That's the way he thought of practice, you know. And it's hard to do that. It's hard to find guys like that. It's hard to find guys who will take a ball at practice in a 100-degree temperature and run 75 yards, 100 yards, you know, to the end zone, because that's what he thought you needed to do if you're going to have long runs. You had to practice making long runs. We practice that all the time. That never caught on to the other guys. Like Priest would run his 10 yards, turn back around. You know, I never had to scream at him to like, hey, run it out. I'm like, that's far enough. Come on back.
Yeah.
Ricky would like get the ball. And, you know, what they said about him in Miami, because it was hot there when he got there as a pro, that guys would be like holding their arm around him, holding him back, because if he broke through the line, he was going to run all the way down, and they would have to stand out there in the heat and wait for him to get back.
You just delay practice by
he'd delay practice. Those guys are so mad at him in the pros for doing that.
Oh, man.
But in order to have long runs, you had to practice long runs.
Well, it works.
In order to get good at pass protection, you had to run into a sled and do, you know, like I said, they don't coach. There's no running back coach on a 7-man sled. Like I said, I don't even know if they have those anymore.
All right. Well, it worked, whatever he did.
Yeah, he was something. He was a special player to watch practice, because you're going to get the best of him all the time. You know, if you went against him in a pass protection drill, you're going to get like he was playing in a national championship game. And if you weren't up for it, he would embarrass you to no means. Between him and Priest Holmes would embarrass you too. At his size, they would jack you up. If you thought you were a big, bad defensive player or a linebacker and you were going against just some running backs, those guys would jack you up because they enjoyed that. They enjoyed talking crap to defensive guys.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
But,
speaking of running backs, I'm going to ask you a question here, Buck.
Okay.
There is an early front runner, and I mean an early front runner for who is going to land Texas transfer CJ Baxter.
Okay.
Curious if you have a guess.
It ain't Baylor. He's not good enough to play at Baylor. So, South Florida?
Not South Florida.
Is it a Florida school?
Not a Florida school, but closer to Florida. Obviously, that's where he played his high school ball. So he is. There are some reports out there that say he is hoping to play closer to home, but it's not a school in the state of Florida.
South Carolina?
Close.
Don't even tell me Virginia Tech.
Not Virginia Tech.
I'm not playing for James Franklin.
All right. Well, it's good. You're mentioning Power 4 schools. I wasn't sure you would do that.
I'm barely doing – I said Virginia Tech. I'm barely mentioning a Power 4 school.
Oh, man. Auburn is the early leader in the clubhouse for CJ Baxter.
I don't like Auburn, so, yeah, go ahead and go there.
It's interesting, because the transfer portal doesn't open until January 2nd. I don't possibly know how Auburn could be such a front runner here on December 10th. How is that possible?
Dude, you're not going to miss him. You're only going to all you're going to remember is his freshman year. From that point on, even his freshman year, every time he got hit, he came up lame or limping or something. You're not going to remember him. You don't remember those guys. Those guys fade out of your memory. Good running backs. Once you get another one, then he'll fade from your memory. He will. And Auburn's not. These are used goods. Maybe that's what the portal is, but this is really overused goods right now. And you can't wait. You can't sit around. You just have to take a chance on him if you take him.
Yeah, nothing official yet, obviously. Nothing can become official until we get to 2026. But a couple of folks out there reporting that Auburn is the heavy favorite to land CJ Baxter.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd see him in the Lehigh Lafayette game or something.
Golly.
I'm telling you, BK, it's that bad. Hey.
Well, you gotta okay. Let me make an NFL comparison here. You know how former first-round quarterbacks always get extra chances?
Sure.
Right? Like if you're drafted in the 6th round and you don't work out on your first team, you're done. If you're a first-round pick, you're going to get chance after chance after chance because people believed in you. They think that talent is still there. That's kind of how it works with 5 stars, right? Like, did CJ Baxter look like a high-quality SEC running back this past season?
No. And that's not – you don't have time for that position to give you 2 years to develop unless you're taking a high schooler out of high school that you've seen and it just looks like he hasn't matured enough. But once he matures, he's going to be something special. I mean, you can tell that. But when you get like this plow horse that you have right now of a running back, that's not that. I don't think that changes in a year, but that's Auburn's problem now.
Well, again, nothing official just yet. And
now, like I said, if you told me that him and Boobie Gibson there were going to be fullbacks and you're going to use a fullback in your offense, I would say they're okay enough. They're big enough and physical enough to have a collision instead of having your 15th tight end go in motion. Use them as something different. I could deal with that, but I'm not handing them the ball.
Boobie Gibson, the former Texas basketball player,
the other kid that's now at Florida A&M,
Jared Gibson.
Yeah, the other guy
who's not at Florida A&M. He's going to end up in a good spot too.
That dude's going to end up with FAMU or FIU or UTI or whatever. He's going to end up. Those guys aren't good.
Dude, they're going to get chances at big schools. I'm telling you, that's how it works. So we'll see if it pans out for them at other schools. And again, the Auburn thing.
I've been wrong before, but not many times about backs. So,
well, we will see what happens. And if it does end up being Auburn, Texas does not play Auburn next year. But again, I mean, a few.
Well, that's all
other
right. He wouldn't be starting. Auburn, Alabama generally finds some running back from somewhere. They'll find a running back.
We're going to learn how bad of a running backs coach Chad Scott was if Jarrett Gibson and C.J. Baxter are making big contributions elsewhere next year. And I get it. Baxter will be a year further removed from his injury, so maybe that one's not fair. But if those guys are somewhere else making impacts, it will be quite the indictment on Chad Scott.
I give it more. I give Gibson. I give Baxter more of a chance than Gibson, even on a bad wheel. He was such I just no.
Yeah.
But you know what? They've got a lot more problems than just that room.
At Texas?
Yes.
Or at Auburn, at Texas.
Well, Auburn has all kinds of problems.
Yeah, that they do. So I found that interesting. Apparently, CJ came out and said the Auburn rumor was fake news. Well, yeah, because it's illegal. He's not supposed to be talking.
No, he's not supposed to be having contact with them.
And it'd be more of the team's fault than CJ's fault. And we all know that everyone tampers right now. We're not blind to what's going on around college football.
He tells you he hadn't talked to anybody from there. He could be lying too.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think those conversations have been going on for weeks with Auburn and a couple of other schools around the country too. So he'll land on his feet. But I just think he's going to get an opportunity at another big school to try to prove his worth. Back to the Texas running back situation, man. I mean, it's just the drop off between 2024 and 2025 was rough. And also, I want to mention one more thing about Chad Scott. We haven't seen anybody on the Coda text line or on our YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats go to bat for Chad Scott this morning. So maybe I don't need to talk too much about why this move is being made. But Chad Scott did not have a great recruiting cycle either. Now, the Longhorns were able to bring in Derek Cooper, but let's not get it twisted. Remember how Texas got to Derek Cooper? It was after Javian Osborne, KJ Edwards, Xavier Crowell, and Tredarian Ball all told them no. So Cooper is a very nice consolation prize, high 4-star recruit out of the state of Florida, but he was not Texas's top choice. He was kind of like their 4th or 5th option. And after they started realizing that, oh God, we're not getting any of our top guys, we got to get somebody, then they ponied up a bag to go get Derek Cooper and basically made him an offer that he couldn't refuse.
Really?
So, I mean, look, that's how it works. A lot of these guys signed because of NIL, but yeah, Derek Cooper, Buck, was not the guy that Texas was targeting first. They pivoted to him after they missed on their other top choices this year.
Sort of like what Penn State did at the end.
Oh, with their coaching search?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe Derek Cooper's the Matt Campbell. I feel like people think Matt Campbell's a pretty good hire for Penn State.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I would. Now it's going to make me want to watch some film of that kid. I can get film of him in his high school days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the great ones you can see pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's got good film. Again, this is not like to take a shot at Derek Cooper saying he's a bad player, but the folks who follow recruiting, and this is something we talked about a little bit on this show, like Texas was going after other running backs that committed elsewhere, and then they turned their attention to Derek Cooper after they missed out on those other guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find out if the back fits what you're trying to do offensively. You know, you're not changing up what you believe in for the back. The back is going to have to fit what you do, unless the guy is special. If the guy is special and there's something you see him run, and he's got a knack for two-way goes and things like that, you do whatever you can to win. And if that guy's a great one, you'll change up some things for him. It's not like, but you don't change up a lot for a freshman. You just don't. But I like to see him. I like to see some film of him go.
Yeah. Well, again, I think he's a great consolation prize. And look, now Texas has to make sure Derek Cooper is locked in. I know he signed, but guys can get out of their NLIs easier now than they ever have. So, for Texas, they got to make sure.
Well, that's an important position too, because if you got a 5-star like that, those guys are going to want to know who their coach is going to be too.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think this is going to be a super long search for Texas.
No.
I'm sure Steve Sarkisian already has a couple of names in mind of who he wants to talk to. But yeah, I mean, look, you got to talk to Derek Cooper and Jet Walker, your 2 signees, to make sure, hey, here's why we made this move. we're going to bring in somebody. We're still going to honor your signing. We still want you to be a part of this program.
I don't know if you know this, BK, and I should know it more than you. Is Claude Mathis still coaching DeSoto? Is he still the head coach at one of the high school up in Metroplex that has been doing well? You know, he was a star at Texas State. That guy can coach. He can get it done. He's a young guy, obviously pretty young family probably. I wonder if he'd ever be interested in this gig. I thought about him years ago, you know, being a running back coach.
Yeah, Claude Mathis is still the head coach at DeSoto.
Is he?
They've won a couple of state championships.
I wonder if Sark would ever talk to him. That would make sense. A young guy like that.
I'm sure he would make sense, but I think Texas fans, I shouldn't speak for all of them, but I think folks, I'll just speak for myself. I'm looking for somebody with more skins on the wall as a successful college running backs coach.
Yeah, because this is no time to waste. This isn't, you know, help get him groomed for 2 or 3 years, and then he'll be a great coach.
Right. You're trying to win. You're trying to win right now, and you need your running game to be better immediately.
Immediately, yes, right. You do.
You know, I think Claude Mathis could rise up the coaching ranks, and maybe at some point he is a college coach. We see that happen all the time with successful Texas high school football coaches.
Yeah, I kind of think he's had an opportunity to do that, but decided that being a head coach at DeSoto is pretty good.
Yeah. Winning is fun, and he's done a lot of winning.
Yeah, it is.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he'll be in the mix here or somewhere else, but no, I think Texas will probably be looking at more, again, experienced coaches and guys who can be plug and plays and get that running game turned around. A couple of names that
I would cost
up.
you. Let me just say this: it would cost you to have me, BK. How's that?
How much
would
would it cost?
Better? Does that make you feel any better?
How much would it cost you? Or cost
I don't know, 300,000-400,000.
400K. They'd pay that.
I mean, maybe I need to type in my name and quit messing around then.
I think they'll pay whoever they're going to hire more than 400K. So
no.
Yeah.
As the running back coach?
I think so.
Damn, they got some money over there.
Chad Scott this past year made 700K.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I would definitely unretire for that.
So 400K, you're willing to take a $300,000 discount?
No. I got Medicare too. You know, I got my health insurance. I don't need any insurance in there. I got my Medicare. I'm on Medicare, so it's all good. I could take a little bit of a beating. $700,000 they paid that guy?
$700,000 for 10 months of work.
Dude, that dude they need to get half of that back and give him 6 months of work.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, he signed a multi-year contract, so I don't know how the buyout money works, but I'm sure he's getting paid a little bit more than that $700K.
You talking about buyout for me too after 1 year?
Oh, if you sign a 1 year deal, you're not going to get a buyout.
What about if I sign a 3-year deal and I get you a 1,200-yard rusher in year one?
And then you want it. They're not going to fire you. You only get your buyout if you get fired. If you quit, you don't get the money.
Oh, you know me. I can find a way to get fired now.
Yeah, you could find it. But if you get fired with cause, you also don't get the money.
I got no cause. I won't have any special cause. It'll just happen.
Oh, it sure made it sound like you had a cause up your sleeve.
Say this. You think the monkey gate was something? Let Bucky gate get going.
Oh,
wow.
What is Bucky gate entail?
We'd have things to talk about.
Oh my God, that'd be great. And you'll be talking about him on this show in the morning before you go to practice.
Before I go to practice. You know, they practice early in the morning there.
All right. Well, we'll put a hot mic on you and I'll be here at home. You'll be at practice. We'll be co-hosting the show together.
Oh my God.
That's even better. That's perfect access right there. Our numbers would be through the roof.
Why would the university want that? Wouldn't they want that live YouTube practice? There he's at practice.
That's great. They don't want a spring game because they're worried about people seeing their stuff.
Yeah, really.
But they're going to want this.
I don't know if they want my tip for kids on Tuesdays at practice.
Yeah, you'll be giving tips for all the kids. You'll be coaching. That's your job, is to give tips for the kids.
I'll have to talk this over with my boss, who I waited for 3 hours at the airport with.
Hey, you tell her it's $700K. I don't think the conversation's going to be that long.
Oh, it may not be.
No, there's your market, your bargaining chip right there, sir.
Yeah.
All
That dude
right.
made $700,000 for that mess I mean,
I know. For the worst running game that Texas has had in 81 years.
I know it's
time, bud.
expensive. This must have gotten really expensive to be around the university. I don't know where that guy, I mean, I can go live out in Kyle somewhere. I like to live out past $700K.
$700K.
And had a 600-yard rusher. They tallied 1,200 yards total in that backfield.
It was a 2-year deal for Chad Scott when he signed it. First year was $700K. Second year was $600K. So that was the way the contract was set up. Obviously, Chad Scott will not be coaching the second year of that contract. So I don't know what the buyout is. Maybe he gets all of that. Maybe he gets half of that. But that was what his agreed upon deal was when the Longhorns hired him away from West Virginia.
Wow.
Yeah. And this running
Man,
game was a disaster.
that is, I can take 5 guys from the local high schools here at running back and do better than that.
Well, hey, they got one with Jet Walker coming in this year.
They don't have to be 5 stars. They just can't be afraid.
Yeah, Jet Walker. I'm excited to see what Jet Walker can do. I mean, only a 3-star, but put up some gaudy numbers at Georgetown High over his career. And I'm not giving Chad Scott any credit for signing Jet Walker. I think that guy would have walked on glass to play at the
Really? Oh, yeah.
Like you or me, well, obviously you, but me or anybody tuned in right here who has never done any recruiting, I think could have gotten Chet Walker to sign to Texas. All we had to do was offer.
That's fine with me because I need a couple of those guys because one of them has to protect me on the sidelines during the game.
Chet Walker's that guy. Hey, that's why we're bringing him in.
If the play comes this way, you jump out in front of it. Do not let me get hit on the sideline.
Oh, my God. All right,
No.
3 actual names. You know what? 3 names besides the Buck. You are an actual name. 3 other names that Texas, I think, should consider. One of these names has already been linked to the vacancy, but there are 3 guys out there that I think would make sense for Steve Sarkisian to at least consider for the running backs coach opening. We'll get to that in a second. And we got to talk about Phillip Rivers at some point in this show, man. I could not believe that story yesterday. I thought it was fake. Thought it was AI. I thought it was Centel, but it's real. So we'll talk about Phillip Rivers returning to the NFL.
Wow.
But before we get to any more football conversation, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, everything that you're looking for during the holiday season, plus a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. That's right. Small, medium, large, extra large, double X, triple X. They've got it all for you. So if you're planning on getting real big during the holidays, head on over to Sue Patrick for your Longhorn gear. And they've got tons of hats. They got the Jelly Cats available there for you. And they've got that Tyler Campbell detergent, which I still have to pick that up. Now that my wife's back in town, there's a whole basket full of filthy, you know me, you know how many underwear I go through. I was almost down to like 14 pair, BK. I got down to like 14 pair.
How many pairs do you have?
About 26, 27 pair of underwear.
So you wore 12 to 13 pairs of underwear during the 3 days she was out of town?
She was gone for 6 days. Come on.
All right. It's a little more explainable. 2 pairs a day?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
go through some drawers. I like to have fresh drawers on all the time. My mother said, make sure you have that at all times.
You do like to crap yourself.
I do not like to do that, but they've got that incredible selection, folks, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. As I said, they offer free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup. And as we always say, plenty of parking space at any time, not just during the holidays. There's plenty of parking space at Sue Patrick's right there on Burnett Road. And there are, hey, you know what's still around is the Jelly Cat. I think it's the sun that's still there, or the half moon. That'll cost you 700 G's.
700 G's?
They've got that there. We're gone. The cloud went in a hurry.
Yeah.
And Bartholomew Bear is gone, but they've got the giant sun there available for you. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, get your holiday gifts at Sue Patrick. You can also get your great holiday gifts at Centex Tickets.
Yes, sir.
That's a great gift. Any sporting event, any concert, any festival, any show. How about Beauty and the Beast, Buck? Are you a fan of that?
Yes, yes.
That's going on right now at the Bass Concert Hall.
Nice.
couple more days. If you want to see that show, you can get tickets at centextickets.com. Seriously, tickets to any live event always make for a great holiday gift. And when
I
you
bet
shop
you can get tickets for anything that's happening at the Zach Scott Theater there.
the Zach Theater?
Yeah. Is that what it's called? What is it called?
The Zach Theater on
Zach Theater, yeah.
what is that? South Lamar? Or I think it's on
down by the water there. I've
Yeah,
gone
near-
to some things there before. I bet you can get tickets for those events. They have some really nice stuff during the holidays that play there.
They got you covered. I mean, I'm on centextickets.com right now, and there are so many shows, so many sporting events. If you want to catch a Texas Stars game this year, you can get
Here you go.
at centextickets.com. You get our point. Anything you want to go to, one place you need to go to find your seats. And don't forget the promo code, Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Whether you're buying 1 or 20, 10% off any ticket purchase with that code, Centex10 at centextickets.com.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers doing it. I don't think I can coach, and that guy's trying to come back at 44. I probably could. I've got a better chance of getting to have some success than that dude at 44, just turning 44 this week. He hadn't played since when? It's been 5 years, right? 4 or 5 years?
Hasn't played since the COVID 2020 season.
Oh, my God.
Phillip Rivers, Buck, has been out of the league so long that he was eligible for the Hall of Fame this year.
Oh, yeah, he can still play and get in the Hall. How's that?
You got to wait 5 years. Well, he's restarting his clock.
That's right. It's like going to prison and playing college football.
So it's got to be 5 years after your playing career is done for you to be.
Oh, so he signed a contract, so he's got to wait no matter what 5 more years again.
He's got to wait 5 more years.
His kids will be like 37, 38 years old because he has a bunch of kids.
He already has grandkids, Buck.
He's got grandkids now.
Which is kind of crazy because he's 44. So that means one of his children got it going pretty early.
Well, yeah, he and his wife got it going on when he was it at NC State? I think that's where he had his first or third.
So I'm looking at Phillip Rivers' kids right now. Boy, that sounds weird. And just Google searched Phillip Rivers kids. I feel like there's going to be a knock on my door here in the not too distant future. He has 10 children, 7 daughters, 3 sons. His oldest child is 23 years old, and he's 44. So, yeah, I'm in college. That means you're right. Had his first kid while he was still in college.
Man.
And he's got a 23-year-old. That's the oldest, and he has a 2-year-old. And his oldest daughter, his oldest daughter, the 23-year-old, just had her own child. So he's now a father of a 2-year-old and a grandfather of a, I assume, 0-year-old.
You got to wrap that thing up or get one of those things cut out or something. Somebody has to have some surgery. That sounds like Ricky because, Ricky's got that 3-year-old now. I'm like, what? You've done what? Oh, I've got a 1-year-old. Really?
And he's a grandpa too, right?
Yes, he is. He is a grandfather. You're right.
At what point do you stop popping them out? As a father, obviously you're excited as a grandfather that your kids are having kids.
After that third one, like for me, and then all of a sudden you went and adopted one. It was like, well, why did I have that guy snip me up? Why did I have to get shaved down there and take that needle?
He's going for a full football team. Is he going for 11?
He's got 7 daughters. Oh my God, 7 weddings.
7 daughters. Yeah.
He may not make it to all 7 of those weddings.
Maybe that's why he's playing. He needs money to pay for those weddings.
Oh my God.
Doesn't have enough.
You know how fast the game is now for him? Can you imagine him trying to drop back? Everything will have to be out of the shotgun.
You know who the Colts play this weekend? And I have no idea if Phillip Rivers will be able to play this weekend or if this thing's going to take a week or so to get going.
Well, I'm hoping it's not the Texans or he may die on the field.
Not quite as bad as the Texans, but how about the Seahawks?
Oh, my God.
In Seattle.
In the cold and the rain and all that crap?
That's who the Colts play this weekend. So, again, I don't think it's been announced whether or not he is going to start for Indianapolis. I mean, he did a workout. I assume he passed a physical, so he's in good enough shape.
Yeah, he's physically able to get back up off the ground once they knock him down.
Right. Well, they wouldn't have signed him if he wasn't in good enough shape, right?
God, it's crazy.
I know. 44 years of age. Indianapolis, obviously, they lost Daniel Jones to a season-ending Achilles injury last week. Anthony Richardson is still on IR. So Riley Leonard was their quarterback.
And he's got a bum knee.
And Riley Leonard's dealing with an injury that he suffered after coming in for the injured Daniel Jones last weekend. So they're running out of options in Indy. And if the season ended today, the Colts would be in the playoffs.
Wow.
So, that's, they're trying to, I guess, still
they really padded that early season, all those wins early really helped them because they are struggling now.
I'm telling
them in Kansas City look horrible.
Yeah, they've fallen on some hard times.
I might as well throw the Eagles in there too. They look pretty bad.
Hell, I think the Eagles are in a better spot than the Colts are because they still have their quarterback.
Yeah. Is Little Hands Pickett there with them? I don't even know who their backup is anymore because they've been in so many games. Their starting quarterback has to play to the very end because he would been already thrown 2 or 3 picks, and they're in a dogfight every game.
Tiny Hands Pickett is in Vegas right now with the Raiders.
He's helping them win games, I see.
Yeah, he is. He is. Geno Smith's doing a great job of ensuring that the Raiders are going to get a good quarterback in the draft next year. I don't know if they want to make a change for him. But, yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this thing works with Phillip Rivers. I don't think it will work. I think most people don't think it will work. He's been out of the league for a long time, and he's 44 years old. I get it. Look, Tom Brady played to that age, and you got Aaron Rodgers in his 40s, but those guys didn't leave for 5 years and then come back.
Yeah. Next up, I'll hear that Vince Young has now got to try out late in the season with somebody.
Well, that's my thing. Not Vince Young, but was there no other option? I know Phillip Rivers has played in Indy before. Was with a different coach and a different system. So
Colt McCoy's younger than that dude, isn't he?
Yeah, Colt, like Nick Foles, a guy like that. Heard Chip bring Nick Foles' name up yesterday. Like, is there nobody else that would make more sense?
Man,
44-year-old Phillip Rivers.
I can't wait. He threw that ball sidearm. His arm is probably dangling now.
We get Sam Ellinger back in Indy.
Yeah, Sam's available. Why wouldn't you do that? That's kind of. Oh, he's probably on the squad. He's probably playing quarterback for somebody somewhere.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, Ellinger's still on the Broncos, so the trade deadline's over. And you can't do the fantasy football bit where, you're on a bad team, so just release this guy so we can pick him up. Like that. You can't do that. So obviously the Colts options are limited. So they had to go with the free agency routes. They couldn't make a trade for a Joe Flacco or a Sam Ellinger or obviously, anybody on an active roster right now. So they had to go with the free agent. And
these guys are so funny. They're talking about, he's method acting for the next role in, I don't know, The Replacements Part 6 or whatever it is.
And Phillip Rivers, as I think Dave commented earlier, he's got a son, Gunnar Rivers, who's one of the top quarterbacks in the upcoming recruiting cycle. So
he played his son, Bronny.
Yeah. Is he going to play in the league long enough to play with his son?
Dude, I can't. You know how quick you got to think, and you haven't been playing football. You said 2000 since the COVID?
COVID wasn't in 2000.
What did you say? 2020 was the last time this dude played?
Yeah.
Wow.
2000. That was 25 years ago.
No. I was thinking 2020.
2020. Yep.
Yeah.
Last time he's played. And he looked old then.
Oh my God. He should have been ready to retire. Yes.
Yeah. It was like one of those things where it's like, all right, Phillip, like, why are we still doing this? Like, you need to hang him up now.
He was just trying to add yardage to his career. That's all he was trying to do.
He's bolstering his Hall of Fame case.
Yes.
He knows he's a borderline guy, probably on the outside looking in. He's got great numbers, but, didn't win that ring. So I
wonder what his wife said when he said, I'm going to sign this contract with the Colts. I wonder if he said, like my wife says, you'll be dead in a year.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I mean, that guy could be dead. That guy could get hit and die there.
You think wife wants him out of the house?
He's been hanging around.
I liked it a lot better when you were traveling every Sunday.
Well, yeah, I don't have to have these babies with you. I mean, every time you stay home, I'm a little worried. Yeah, you need to get back out there in the field.
And maybe he is also tired of all that family stuff. 10 kids plus a wife plus a grandkid.
Oh,
that's got to take its toll.
That'd get me
looking for a way out.
that'd get me back to the field. Hell, I only got 7 grandkids. So and you're trying to talk me into making that phone call for $700K, honey, $700K.
I wonder, I'm sure it's happened before because people have kids at very young ages, but I wonder how many times a grandfather has started a game in the National Football League. Maybe.
I wonder if George Blanda was a grandfather.
Yeah. You think of like those old school guys who played into their freaking 50s.
Joe Cap for my Vikings. I wonder if he was a grandfather when he was still playing.
That's insane.
Oh, yeah, hell, even Johnny U. Those guys were old dudes when they were playing quarterback.
Yeah, I guess. I'm sure it's happened before, but maybe it's been a while.
Tarkington, he was around for a while.
That's just crazy to me, man. It's a freaking grandfather.
This is my grandfather. He'll be on Sunday. He's playing in New York this week. Oh, what's he doing? Is he going to a play? No, he's playing with the Giants.
He's starting for the Giants this week.
What?
Oh, man. Phillip Rivers is like barely ahead of Matthew Stafford on the all-time yards list, and maybe that's why he came out of retirement. He's like, nope, can't let him pass me up.
Wow.
Phillip Rivers played against Chris Winkie in college. Bill Clinton was the president when that happened. I mean, it's pretty insane, dude.
Yeah, I'm glad. I hope he's been watching football and sees that the speed of the game is a little bit different than it was even 5 years ago.
Phillip Rivers' oldest kid is older than Colts rookie tight end Tyler Warren. He's got a son older than a daughter, older than players on the team. Oh, I mean, it has a chance to be one of the greatest stories in sports history. Like, it's going to be must-see TV. I'm going to go out of my way.
He made a lot of money, but he got a lot of kids.
Right. Yeah. Those cost a lot of money, I've been told.
They cost a lot of money.
So I hope it works, man. I hope Phillip Rivers could somehow lead the Colts on a run here.
That would be so funny.
Sunday afternoon. It's a 3:25 game in Seattle. Again, nothing official on whether or not he's going to start, but he has been signed. It is happening. 44-year-old Phil Rivers back in the NFL.
So Brady was only 43 when he won that last one.
Yeah. But again,
he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT, and he didn't leave football for 5 years.
No, it's true. He didn't just go wandering around trying to find out if his ex-wife's been banging everybody, Giselle. He didn't just go around with his video camera, taking photos of his wife doing exercises with Rahman or whoever the hell she was hanging out with.
How about this? Phillip Rivers older than 10 NFL head coach. Oh, my God. It's awesome. And Jason says Brett Favre was a grandpa as a Viking. There you go. So that's probably the last example of it happening. Because
it didn't work out good for my Vikings. Thanks a lot for that.
He led your Vikings to an NFC championship game, didn't he?
He also didn't he throw a couple picks that screwed him in the end?
He threw an awful pick in overtime.
Still absolutely maybe one of the worst picks I've ever seen.
He threw it right to the –
and we've seen some picks lately that look like, really?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those lately. But, yeah, I guess Brett Favre probably the last example. Aaron Rodgers has a fake wife. I don't think he has kids or grandkids. And I'm thinking of all the other old heads.
The black wedding ring's about that he wears?
Yeah, he's got a ring. And remember when somebody asked him, like, hey, man, you didn't have that ring last year. Congrats. Who did you get married to? He freaked out and said, oh, how dare you ask me about my personal life? That's the problem with the media these days is you guys want to know everything. You think you're entitled to know everything.
And you want to give us everything. So if we ask, now we're bad guys.
Yeah, the guy who goes on like 6 podcasts a week is mad that people are talking about him. It's he's one of a kind.
Yeah, he goes under that list of like Notre Dame whiners. I'm about done with them too. But then again, I've been done with them for years. So they're never going to change.
How about Brett Yormark? Yes, that Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, taking some shots at Notre Dame yesterday.
Good for him. I know he was worth something besides being the buddies of every Tech fan there is in the world.
He called Notre Dame AD Pete Bavacqua's comments egregious. Of course, Bavacqua had some strong criticism of ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips earlier this week. He felt like, and he's right, that the ACC was trying to push Miami into the playoff over Notre Dame. And Notre Dame was obviously not happy about that. So they criticized the ACC, and now Brett Yormark is criticizing Notre Dame.
Oh, so when do they start trying to get out of some of these ACC games and their other sports?
I don't know.
They're going to. You know there's going to be retribution for this.
Yeah, I mean, they can't do it mid-season or like mid-academic year. But you wonder, okay, once we get to the summertime and all of the sports are done.
Yeah, for the following basketball year.
Right.
They won't do it for this year, but they'll start thinking about that stuff playing ACC schools. They probably don't. Hey, they don't want that anyway. They don't want ACC basketball. Or hell, or Notre Dame, they don't want to play ACC baseball schedule. They'll try to get out of something, then make it look like, oh, we just had to do this.
I wonder. My guess is Notre Dame still has no interest in joining a conference, and they are going
No, they don't.
Fight to stay independent for as long as they
Feinbaum
can.
was on them yesterday too. He said, I praised them, when they had that great year the year before, and said I said nice things about them. He goes, but now they just sound like a bunch of babies.
Well, I wonder if the Big Ten and the SEC are calling Notre Dame to see if they're interested right now.
Oh, they are. They are.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be – well, the Big Ten and the SEC are interested. I don't know if Notre Dame's interested. Obviously, it's two to tango. So
well, but if they do that, I think one of the two leagues, they'll end up in the Big Ten.
That makes more sense.
Right.
And, I don't think Notre Dame wants to join a conference. They want things to cater to them.
Yes.
They signed, we talked about this earlier this week. They signed that MOU that says they're automatically going to be in the playoff if they're ranked in the top 12.
That's going to be very interesting, that lawsuit, because somebody's going to sue somebody over that. They're going to get government involved in that one.
And if the playoff expands to 14, they'll automatically be in the playoff if they're ranked in the top 14.
I don't know how that comes about. I don't know how you signed that deal.
I don't know how that got signed. I don't know why that got signed.
But when it comes up, boy, people are going to go out of their minds.
I don't know why Notre Dame leaked that, because now everybody knows about it. You try to keep that thing under wraps as long as you can so people don't get pissed off that it exists. But yeah.
You're right. Somebody did leak. Somebody let that out.
They did. They did indeed. So there you go. Brett Yormark. I think I'm siding with Notre Dame over Brett Yormark. That's just how much I hate Brett Yormark.
How many games do we want them to win? 10.
Big 12?
Yeah, Big 12 champs. How many would we want them to win in the playoffs? 2?
0?
We don't want them to win any games?
Well, they get a first-round bye, and then they're likely going to play Oregon, assuming Oregon takes care of Dolly Madison.
Oh, my God.
That game, I think, is at the Orange Bowl in Miami. But, yeah, I would absolutely prefer Oregon to win that football game. Should we get it? So that's my goal is I would love to see Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Texas Tech all lose their first playoff games. It's bad enough that we're going to have to watch them in the playoff while Texas is sitting at home. I would at least like to say, oh, you also won 0 playoff games this year. Congrats.
Yeah, I got a feeling the Sooners are going to get game 1 because of what I've seen of Alabama lately. It's just –
they've had their number. Obviously, they beat them in the regular season. They beat them last year. So Alabama has an Oklahoma problem the same way Oklahoma has a Texas problem these days.
Yeah, yes, they do.
I wonder if Kalen DeBoer is calling Steve Sarkisian like, what in the hell do you do to beat these guys? Because we can't figure it out.
And we definitely can't run against them.
I don't know.
We haven't been able to run against anybody. You think they're saying, hey, at least during that game, as Texas, you can run against them. You seem to find a way to run against them because we can't run against anybody.
That game is going to be 13-10.
I would agree.
I mean, neither team can offense.
Yeah, that's a good under, isn't it? Good call.
I don't know what it is. I think it's going to be a very low total.
Don't even say like 47 or something like that.
I would have it less than that.
Really?
I was a Vegas odds maker. Yeah.
In that 45 range?
40. I'd have it at like 43. It's 40 and a half, Buck. Both of us are too high.
40 and a half?
And I would still go under on that, by the way. Alabama currently a 1.5-point favorite. That game in Norman next Friday.
But John Interceptier is, I would say he's gotten better, but he's got worse. He hasn't got that much better.
No, he's got worse. He's got worse. I mean, like, he's had better games since the Texas game.
Right.
But, like, since that thumb injury, really since he started playing teams worth a lick.
Right.
He has not been the same guy at all. At all. That offense is
that one receiver, number 5, who can go. And
Satania. I mean, there's a lot of talented skill guys on both of those teams, but neither team runs the ball very well. And both quarterbacks, I mean, Ty Simpson's been better than John Mateer, but both of them kind of peaked too early. And neither of them are playing great down the stretch.
Yeah,
that game's going to set offense back decades.
Oh, it will. You're right. I'm just thinking about how that would look. And I see that guy that Oklahoma tries to tout out there as their running back, the local kid. I'm like, he's horrible.
The first
meeting, they paid all that money, never showed up to do anything, did he? Didn't they bring a guy from Cal or somebody in?
Oh, Jay Knott. Yeah.
That never worked out.
Yeah, no, he's been horrible. They spent a lot of money on him in the portal, and he barely plays for them. 23-21 was the score of the first game. So that was over the 40.5 number that we have this time around. But
they haven't practiced. And you know what? When you get whoever gets off that first week, they're not getting off. They both are going. They're going at it.
There's no games this weekend, so they'll. Oklahoma had 2 weeks off because they didn't play in the conference title game. Alabama's got 1 week off because they did. But yeah, there's none of those teams have a bye, obviously.
Yeah, and the running back from Alabama that they thought was going to be good, the bow-legged kid that runs over you because he can't run around you. I don't know if he's going to be ready.
No,
they try him. They really try hard to just jam him up the middle. He's just a straight liner.
Yeah, I mean they've trotted out a number of different running backs to try to get it going on the ground, and
running back at Alabama. That doesn't sound right either.
I don't think Jam Miller, their starting running back, played in the SEC championship game. We'll give him a little bit of extra time to get back from injury. He's their best option there, but I mean he's got 493 rushing yards this season.
Yeah, he's not the guy that you're used to seeing at Alabama.
No, it hasn't worked for either of those teams.
Damn.
So we'll talk more about the playoff, obviously, next week as we get to the games next weekend. I do want to, in a moment, though, get back to the Texas coaching search, the running back coaching search, because there are 3 names that I keep teasing, and I'm sorry to keep teasing and not following up on these teases. Okay. But we got to talk about them. Also, the all-SEC teams were announced. The conference really screwed something up yesterday. We got to get to this Ohio man story as well. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. They've been a part of the Bee Caves area for over 15 years, a great place to dine. Tuesdays, 2 for 1. Tuesdays, of course, hopefully you got there yesterday. And Unwind Wednesday, that's what today is, folks. It's half-price bottles of beer with your pizza or your nice Italian meal over at Tony C's Pizza. Locations right beside the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and Bee Caves. Love Tony C's. Hey, how about this? The pesto chicken pizza is the special pizza. Maybe I'll get by there today. I'll go there 2 or 3 hours early. Let them fire up the stove, and get there early because I like to get to places early. Obviously.
Yeah, we've learned that. What are you going to sit in the restaurant parking lot for 2 hours until they open?
Look at my phone. Just look at my phone.
You don't even watch movies or shows on your phone.
You got to show me how to do that because that needs to be my thing. If I'm going to go 2 hours, I need to be watching a movie like Wicked or something. You know?
How do you not know how to do that?
I don't know how to do that with my phone. Dude, this thing is like a 7 or an 8. They're not that easy. They're not that simple.
Still has internet on it.
I do, and I get to the internet. I can get to certain things on the internet. Yes,
that's good. You have apps on there. Do you know what an app is?
I know what the app thing is here, and eventually I'm going to have to take out some of these deals from my internet too. Do I need to erase a bunch of those since I got like 25,000?
25,000 what?
Messages that sit there.
Emails, texts,
email.
Yeah, you don't need to delete those.
No, they're okay.
I think you're good on those, unless you're getting like pop-ups that say you're out of storage and you need to delete your emails. But
I got that a couple of years ago.
You have Netflix?
I have Netflix at my house. No.
Okay. Do you have any streaming service?
I got the Fubo thing that has a bunch of different.
There's a Fubo app.
I can get that on my phone?
Yes, you can download that and watch it wherever you are.
I can watch whatever's on Fubo. I can watch Gunsmoke?
Anytime, anywhere.
Really? I could be watching Gunsmoke in the afternoon or sitting in parking lots?
Go to the App Store. We got to do this right now. I don't want you to forget about this. I'll do a read while we're talking about this. Go to the App Store, search Fubo, and download it.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about that again. All right, quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They make all of our TSU merch, our hats, these koozies, our signs, shirts, polos, you name it. It's all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based right here in South Austin, and they can get you what you need and get it to you very, very quickly. If you have a business that needs merch, if you have a big event coming up and you want merch, plates, cups, they can do things like that, napkins, whatever, reach out to Adam at Waterloo. 512-300-9641. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
All right, I see all these things. Snapchat, Beanbag. I see all this.
Go to the search.
Go to the search. Okay.
You see that?
Where the hell is that at? It should be at the top of the page.
Either at the bottom.
Great everyday picks.
Okay, search. Are you in the search?
Yes.
Okay, now type in Fubo.
Okay.
And you should see it pop up.
Fubo TV?
Yeah, is it the logo that looks like the logo you have on your TV?
Well, I mean, it just says it right in front of me on the phone. It says Fubo TV,
Okay.
or watch live sports. I'm just going to hit Fubo TV. Okay.
That's the one. Now click
got
download. This is great.
Okay.
And then you might have to type in your...
Do I hit movies and live TV?
Just hit down. Yes, that's the one you want. Just hit the download button.
What the hell is that at?
Or get. Is there a button that says get?
Get these.
It's a,
Yes,
I don't know
it says get. I see get.
Okay, get. Yeah, hit get. And then it should start downloading. You might have to type in your password, but
it says install.
Yes, do that.
Then it says sign in. Okay, sign in Apple account. I don't know what that is right now. I have to ask my wife.
But do that. Right. You do that. You type in that password. You will have Fubo on your phone. You'll have to log in on your phone to your Fubo account.
And I'll have to know that password every time I go in. Every time I start.
No, it'll save. You just have to do it the first time.
Okay.
It'll save. And
yeah,
then you'll be able to watch.
She needs something to do anyway.
There you go. Oh my God. I can't believe you've been living this life without having the ability to watch shows or movies.
How can I go coach again? I can't even do anything on the computer. What's that going to be like? They do everything. Don't they have to communicate? The kids just take text messages, or do they have to email kids all the time?
No, I don't think kids are emailing much these days.
I can do the texting part.
Yeah, you get away with texting and calling. That stuff will never go out of style. You don't have to be on the social media. You don't need to be DMing.
Yeah, but I see those dudes on the sideline with that blue thing going. I mean, can you imagine me with one of those on the side? You just have me turn around, chuck it up into the stands.
Don't you have an iPad?
Yes, I do. Right over
there.
There.
That's what it is. It's just the Microsoft version of an iPad.
And they run plays over and over and show people with them?
Yeah, they're looking at film. They're looking at pictures. Yeah, they're coaching up using those. That's like a video, basically your film room in your hand.
No wonder these guys can't rush for 1,000 yards. Too busy pulling up and tapping in stuff. Nobody's getting yelled at. Nobody's getting kicked in the ass. I mean,
plenty of guys around the country ran for 1,000 yards. It just didn't happen at Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had guys at Texas last year run for 1,000 yards, and those tablets were on the sidelines.
Okay, that's right. They were still there last year.
But I like that. Some old school coaching too.
No, I want the chalkboard and the little eraser. That's all I need.
Yeah, they'll let you slide a chalkboard out there on the sideline on game day.
And some spit. That's all I need to do is clean it off and let's go.
I like it. Old school right there. Oh, my God. All right. Shout out to Humbug Holiday Lighting as well. It's that time of the year. Get your holiday lights up. But the beauty of Humbug is you don't have to do it yourself. Of course, you want that awesome holiday display. You want friends and family and neighbors to be in awe whenever they roll by your house, but you don't want to do all the work. It's a lot of work to put those lights up. Get up on a ladder, get down, get up, get down. You're going around the house, you're stapling, you're doing all of it. No, don't do it. You can get that perfect, stunning holiday display without doing any of the work because Humbug Holiday Lighting exists. They specialize in everything from installation to maintenance to takedown to off-season storage. You don't have to keep the lights in your place for the other 11 months of the year. Humbug takes care of everything. All the magic without the hassle. That's their slogan. That's what they're all about. They've got a client happiness promise as well. If you're not happy, they will make it right. So if you've got a home or if you have a business that wants holiday lights, reach out to our friends at Humbug. And right now they're offering 20% off installations for TSU listeners. All you have to do is head over to humbuglights.com, type in the promo code TSU20, boom, 20% off. Or you send a text to 512-222-1820, boom, 20% off with that promo code TSU20. Again, from our great friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting.
I hope your kids enjoyed that PSA we just gave you on how to use your phone. Kids in the car line, I hope they got that tip. You did a great job of showing the O's.
Dude, kids these days come out the womb knowing what I just told you.
I mean, dude, it's crazy. My wife, of course, just came back from being with her mother who's 96 years old, and her mom got a new phone. She goes, "You can't believe that. What that's
Why
like."
did she get a new phone?
I don't know. I'd be looking for my flip phone at 96. That's what I'd be back to. Let's not forget, I still have my other phone available.
You got your BlackBerry still in that drawer somewhere?
It's still in the drawer, brother.
Yeah, I don't know why you're holding on to that.
Because one of my grandkids is going to get that wrapped up as a present, and get to use that at 3 years old. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
I don't think your grandkid's going to want a BlackBerry.
No?
No.
Are their kids that smart now, 3 years old?
They're going to want the iPhone or the Android.
Spoiled little kids. Hell no. We're going to start from the flip phone first.
Back in my day.
Yeah. I mean, really.
Started with the flip phone.
I used to get marbles. I used to get jacks, playing jacks and marbles. And these kids are now getting stuff that talks back to them.
It's crazy.
Best thing I ever had was the vibrating. That was my greatest Christmas present of all time. The vibrating football game with the little green men and stuff. That was the greatest thing I ever got besides the Johnny Unitas helmet. It was made out of plastic and it cracked the first day. The first time I hit my head on the wall, the thing cracked.
No, the helmet.
Oh, yeah. Just like.
I remember that vibrating football game. I think I had one of those growing up too.
Really? Even you got one back in really?
Old school. I don't know if it was something my dad got and just kept or if it was a gift for me, but we had one of those at the crib growing up.
I took to college with me my freshman year is I took the hockey game, where you turn the deals, the ball.
Oh, sure. Bubble hockey. Yeah.
Well, it's not even bubble hockey. It's like they had the real little men. They were made out of metal and they would pass.
Yeah.
I took that to school with me and my dorm loved that thing. I just left it in a room and you go every day, you'd see somebody on that. You hardly had a chance to play it. It was metal. It was a little metal thing. It was kind of big. It was nice. It wasn't air hockey. It was just like regular with hockey men on sticks, little metal sticks. It was great. I was good at that.
They still have that. Yeah. I think it's called bubble hockey, or maybe rod hockey.
Yeah, like rod hockey, yes.
Yeah, you could just get like the tabletop version, or you could get like the fancy.
Those are still around. They haven't. That's cool.
Yeah, man, I've looked into buying like a nice bubble hockey table before, and then I'm like, I don't know how I could justify spending like 4 figures on that, especially living alone. Like, what am I going to play with myself? Well, I do that.
You could always, you could, or you could always ask the girls from upstairs to come down.
No, I don't want them playing with me.
You don't want them
to play with myself instead.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. We're all over the place here. Bucky has thrown his name into the ring as a potential running backs coach for the University of Texas.
That would be a no-go for them. They'd be like, I don't think so.
Worth a shot. 3 other names that I think are worth bringing up that I hope Texas at least considers. We'll start with Jabbar Jalouk, and he's the one name that has already been linked to this Texas job. Jabbar Jalouk has been the running backs coach at Florida for the last 4 seasons. And it was announced earlier this week that he was not going to be retained by new Gators head coach John Summerall. Jabbar Jalouk has been a running back coach for a long time. He's been a running back coach at Texas Tech. He's been a running back coach at LSU, been a running back coach at Louisiana Tech, Louisiana. So he's bounced around a couple of spots, and he spent the last 8 years with Billy Napier. So I was with him for 4 years at Louisiana, was with him for 4 years at Florida.
So he's been tainted for at least 4 out of the 8 years.
By hanging out with Coach Napier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say this. Florida obviously had an awful season. They won 4 games. We don't need to talk about who one of those wins was against. But the one thing that they did pretty well this year was run the football.
Yeah, we knew that kid number 13 could go too.
And that kid number 13, Jaden Ball, was named second team All-SEC yesterday. He had a strong case to be first team All-SEC with the year that he had, but he had a fantastic season for Florida. I think he was
ended up being number 1, the kid from Missouri.
Yeah, the kid from Missouri and the kid from Ole Miss, I think, were the 2 first team All-SEC runners. But Jaden Ball had 1,170 yards and 8 touchdowns on 5.3 yards a carry.
And he was in a miserable team, and he was a good player. So he's not getting another year, right? We're not able to go and buy that dude away.
Well, that's the question, right? Look, I think Jabbar Jalouk would be an exciting hire regardless of if Jaden Ball can come in, because it's not like he's had only one good running back during his time as a running back coach. That guy has skins on the wall from a development standpoint, but also from a recruiting standpoint as well. But yeah, Jaden Ball, look, he's only a sophomore this year.
Oh my goodness.
So he's not entered the portal just yet. It's tampering season. He and his agent are getting calls from schools all over the country like, hey, your head coach is gone, and now your running back coach is gone. So
for sure.
Could you be gone? We'd love to have you. Here's what we'll offer you.
By the way, we may be bringing your running back coach to your.
Exactly. So, again, look, I think Florida, they know how good Jaden Ball is. John Summerall, their new coach, knows how good this kid is.
Oh, no, he's getting whatever he needs there money-wise.
Exactly. Like, he doesn't want to lose him, so it's not going to be easy to just go poach Jaden Ball, because the Gators have plenty of money to spend, and they're going to offer up a nice NIL package to try to keep Ball around. But, yeah, I mean, that's the best case scenario right there. That's the dream scenario if you're Texas. If
that happens, you're in a good spot. Even if your offensive line is average, that dude is a beast.
Yeah, your running game is fixed if you get those 2 guys. You get Jalouk as your running backs coach, and you get Jaden Ball as your number 1 running back. All of these running game problems that we've been talking about, they're gone. Now you can focus on some other issues.
Yeah, your left tackle can hold and miss blocks all he wants, so that guy's going to get it done. He's hard to tackle.
Right, and then you focus on getting a better offensive line in front of him. But, yeah, Florida's offensive line was okay this year, but they didn't have much of a passing game. DJ Lagway was very inconsistent. It's a big part of why they won only 4 games this year. So Jaden Ball put up those numbers despite not a ton of talent and ability around him, and not good head coaching either.
Yeah, I mean, I could see for him, I mean, unless you're a Florida kid and you got all the NIL money you need, and you don't give a crap about winning, you'd stick around there, or you have some allegiance to University of Florida. But if you have, does it say where the kid's from?
He's from Atlanta.
Shit, he's got no allegiance to Florida.
Yeah,
He ain't playing for Georgia.
Right, just the last 2 years. Yeah, and look, Jabbar Jalouk recruited him. He was a high 4-star running back out of the state of Georgia, and Jalouk was able to go in there and get him to commit.
Yeah, you got to be able to tell me as the head coach, you want this gig, you bring that guy. Get that guy to come with you. This will help you a little bit. $701,000 a year.
Yeah, I don't know what they'll pay Jalouk, but I could tell you his running back will probably be making more than him.
Damn.
Whether it's at Florida or at Texas or somewhere else.
Jeez.
So, again, I think Florida's going to probably keep Jaden Ball, but Jabbar Jalouk has done a pretty good job as a running back coach for a number.
Why wouldn't the dumbasses at Florida keep at least that coach and tell the new guy, you're not bringing, I'm pretty sure that if they had a talk with him and saying, we're going to keep the running back coach because we got a great runner here that we want to keep here, that that they would have told the guy who's coming there as a head coach, you can bring everybody, but we got a running back coach.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe it's his brother-in-law. Who knows?
I feel like most times coaches get to choose their staff, right? And
in this day and age, you may not.
Well, John Summerall is not getting the most power of any coach in America.
No.
Florida did bring in a general manager from the NFL to basically be his boss and kind of see things with him.
Yeah, that general manager right now is in charge of keeping that kid there.
Yeah, that's his job right there. So I don't know. I mean, it was a controversial decision. I think a lot of Florida fans wanted Jabbar Jalouk to stick around. And again, John Summerall, he's the guy who everyone's blaming him, or at least saying it was him who made the ultimate decision. But Jalouk is a free agent right now. And I saw like Kentucky has an opening at running backs coach. They were the first team that was linked to Jalouk. But again, once the Chad Scott news dropped yesterday, like immediately Texas became linked to this guy.
Yeah, this becomes the number one place you want to be.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're a coach, you're taking Texas over Kentucky 100 times out of 100 in football. We're not talking about basketball here. We're talking about football here.
I don't care where it is right now. If you're a running back coach looking for a gig and Texas is open and you're making those calls, trying to get in there, you're not even playing around.
100%.
100%.
Yeah. And Jalouk, he's got Florida ties because he's been there the last 4 years.
They've been recruiting Florida.
Yeah. He's from Louisiana and has coached at a few different schools at Louisiana. So he's got ties there. We know how much talent are in both of those states.
Absolutely.
Every year. He also spent 1 year at Texas Tech on Cliff Kingsbury's staff.
Well, you can't be mad at him for that, I guess. Well, you can, but.
Well, he's working his way up the coaching ranks at that time. That was like a decade ago when Kingsbury was still there in Lubbock's, smelling good. What did he smell like?
Fresh tossed salad.
Fresh tossed salad. Yeah, freshly tossed salad is what you would like to do to.
I've got a cologne now, that men's cologne, that it's like a fresh. I think this is the stuff that Kingsbury's been wearing.
What's it called?
It's called Cupid's. But it smells like a fresh toss. It smells like Kingsbury.
You sure it's a cologne? Remember last time you thought you were using cologne?
No,
it ended up being a perfume.
It's not to the toilet tray or whatever it is for the women. It's a cologne.
You were using Water Goddess for years and trying to pass that off as a cologne.
It is. It's for men.
It's got goddess in the name. It's a woman. It's perfume.
Maybe it's for picking up goddesses. Maybe that's what it means.
That's usually not how it works.
That's the one that I stuck in my pocket and walked out of. Had to go back and pay for it the next day.
Yeah. You're stealing ladies'
perfume. I was righteous because I was very righteous about that.
And they're like, no, like you don't need to pay for this. It's women's stuff. You keep it, weirdo.
And why are you paying for it anyway? What's wrong with you? What are you, Robin Hood?
So now you're using Cupid's?
Oh, it's good stuff, man. It smells like a fresh tossed salad.
That
reminds me of Kingsbury.
That still sounds like a perfume, man.
No. I'm going to bring you some. You'll like it.
You got to, one of these days, you got to show the bottle on the show so we can determine whether or not.
I got it online.
You know how to shop online?
I shopped this one. It came to I put my credit card out. I don't put my credit card out for many of these things. I did that and it came and it talked about it had this animal scent or something.
How did you find this?
On TV ad.
Okay.
Late night came through and I'm like, and then they had, 5 stars and all the guys talked about what it did for their love life and all this other stuff. I said, I just want to smell good. I do my love life myself. I don't have to smell good for that. I can be a funky animal and still get it done. You know what I mean?
I'm all about the cologne. So
you are. Wait till I show. This is good stuff.
All right. I'm excited. I'm excited to smell the perfume.
Yeah, the guy wouldn't stop. There was a personal dude that was, saying, listen, we get you 67% off another bottle. I'm like, how many bottles of this shit do I need? I mean, dude, this is going to be, I'll be 90 and still have this bottle sitting in a drawer somewhere. They try to get you to buy 6 for 1 or the price of 1. I'm like, no, I don't want all that stuff hanging around.
Right. And you get a lifetime supply of Cupid's perfume for it.
Yeah, it's like those little cassettes from the Westinghouse or whatever it was.
Right. Right.
You get 20 cassettes for $1, and then they come back looking. Then they said, oh, after a year, you got to pay full price. Can we have our money now?
Yeah.
Or can we have our cassettes back? I used to love when they used to send me notices back in Pennsylvania. Can you send those cassettes back to us? And I'm like, I have no clue where those cassettes are.
God, How many people got by that?
Oh, every college student I knew, everybody in my house at the place, they were getting letters. Were coming to some of them was giving their dorm address out. I'm like, dude, don't give them that. Give them your back home. Let your mom and dad. They'll pay for it when it comes there.
Oh,
They chased me down for like 3 years out of college. Do you think we can return? Or, your bill now is $77. You think you can pay that in 3 years after college? No, man, I can't afford that. Are you kidding me?
At that point, they were just trying to stay alive.
They
were going out of business. It's like, how long can we last? How much money can we get before we got to shut this thing down?
Dude, they were going out of business. I said, just the plastic alone with those little cassettes, the little cassette player.
Oh,
was
my God.
Awful.
That is great. I don't know how we got there. Jabbar Jalouk, there's one name. Another name, Buck, to keep in mind, Frank Wilson. Frank Wilson has been the interim head coach at LSU for the last few weeks after they let go of Brian Kelly in the middle of the season.
Sounds like a nice guy. I've seen him in interviews that he's done and stuff.
He's been a head coach in the state of Texas before. He was at UTSA from 2016 to 2019.
Didn't take him long to get out of there or them to get rid of him.
He replaced Larry Coker, and he did lead UTSA to their first ever bowl game in his first season as a head coach. And he was fired, though, December 1st, 2019. He was 19-29 in his 4 years at UTSA. He also was a head coach at McNeese State. So he does have head coaching experience, but he's been the running backs coach and associate head coach at LSU for the last 4 seasons. And then again, he became the interim guy after Brian Kelly got fired midway through the year. That was his second stint at LSU.
McNeese State. Maybe that's where Cedric Baxter. That's where he could end up.
No, he's not going to McNeese State.
That's not good enough.
No, I don't think that's good enough. Again, there are reports about Auburn being in the mix. I don't think he's going to choose the Cowboys of McNeese, not a state, over Auburn or South Carolina. I even saw Penn State. Some guy put an article out there. This was not a report. This was just like 5 potential landing spots for C.J. Baxter, and Penn State was on the list.
Don't they have 2 lifetime running backs playing there that just are lifers there? They don't leave no matter what.
Those they never want to go pro. They came back to win a national championship this year. They'll come back to win another one next year.
They got their coach fired. They still have eligibility. They're still going to get their coach fired again.
Yeah, nice work there, guys.
God, that was the dumbest of moves. When I saw that, I said, one of them's going for sure. And then I saw that both of them are staying. I'm like, what are these 2 knuckleheads? They both had 1,000 yards. They had great seasons. The NFL would have loved to have had either one of those dudes, and they came back to that mess. Talking about a bad business decision.
Well, they didn't think it'd be a mess. Remember, Penn State was the number 2 team in America going into the year. They started the season 3-0. They had plenty of high hopes and expectations there in Happy Valley, and then
there are a lot of places that had high hopes in the beginning of the season.
Well, I'm not sitting here telling you Texas had a great year, but you look at some of the other teams that started ranked in the top 15.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been a lot worse around here, I could tell you that. Just ask
Clemson, no doubt.
Clemson, LSU, Penn State, Florida, South Carolina. All those teams started in the top 15, and they are nowhere to be found, and most of them have new coaches right now. So, anyways, Frank Wilson, an interesting name. We'll see. I don't know if Lane Kiffin has officially announced whether or not he's going to retain Wilson, but we know Lane is bringing most of his offensive assistants with him from Ole Miss. So it sounds like Frank's going to be out of a job, and he's a guy who's been a running back coach for a lot of years. He's got head coaching experience. He's from Louisiana. He's been a big recruiter for LSU in both of his stints in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, give me a guy that's been in LSU anytime.
Yeah, and that's both of those guys, Jalouk and Wilson, check a lot of boxes. Recruiting chops, recruiting background in the SEC region. They've also coached in the SEC and had success in that conference. Those are things that I think Steve Sarkisian would and should be looking for, and both of those guys have those bases covered.
Yeah, my recruiting would probably suffer a little bit now, BK, because remember I was going to see the running back that was from Louisiana that ended up going to Florida State, the little guy. And we're in the plane, and the guy goes, do you want to go through this storm or do you want to go back? I said, nope, we can turn right back around. we can call up and make this trip some other time. I said, I'm not going through in this puddle jumper.
What
Had my
was
feet-
this story?
I was going to see, what was the kid's name? CB would know, the running back that went to Florida State, that did all the great things for his mom and built all these houses and stuff.
Oh, Warwick Dunn.
Warwick Dunn. I refused to go to see Warwick Dunn.
Because it was raining outside?
Dude, it wasn't just raining. There was an unbelievable storm going through that area. We were going down to New Orleans, and the guy, the pilot said, we don't have to do this. And I said, well, let's not then. Because that thing was almost upside down. I'm like, no, we can come back. I can make another trip.
You had the chance to bring in Warwick Dunn, and you didn't do it because you were scared of a little water.
No, I was scared of a little air underneath that plane.
Let's go, Jim Cantori. Get it together. We got to chase this storm so we can chase this recruit and get him to sign.
Jim Cantori will go anywhere at any time.
That guy's awesome. I love that.
That guy will get on the Titanic if he got a chance to. He'd have been on board.
I am so locked in. Whenever there's a hurricane, I am locked into the Weather Channel for days.
Yeah, he'll be a goner on that thing where a stop sign cuts his head off on live TV.
Don't say that, please.
Because every time you see that, there's shit flying by him.
I know. I'm sure he's gotten hurt a couple of times.
I've seen him get almost swept off a building, but hang back in there and pick up the mic and start talking. I'm like, no, man, what's wrong with you?
It's that wide base.
Oh, yeah.
Just super wide, like turning away from the wind while still reporting on everything that's happening. That guy's great, man.
And he wears some muscle shirts. It's hard for him to put on a windbreaker or whatever it is. He doesn't like that. He wants you to see his guns.
Oh, yeah? Is that
it's
how
like some of these head officials that we see doing football now.
Buff ref.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those. The last candidate, by the way, and we can get into these guys a little bit more in depth, and we'll see what the rumors start to show us. But Rashad Samples, who's a former assistant coach at the University of Texas, was an assistant wide receivers coach here back in 2018 on Tom Herman's staff. He's only 30 years old, Buck. He's from Dallas. He's the current running backs coach at Oregon. And this guy... Dude, as a 31-year-old, looking at this guy's Wikipedia page just makes me feel like I've accomplished absolutely nothing. Rashad Samples was the running backs coach for the LA Rams in 2022. He was the wide receivers coach and passing game coordinator at Arizona State in 2023. And for the last 2 years, he's been the assistant head coach and running backs coach at Oregon, a team that has lost one combined regular season game in the last 2 years, and they've got a couple of freshman running backs who are unbelievably good already this year. So
he knows a good runner when he sees. I mean, he knows exactly what it takes to get a guy playing early.
And he is the son of legendary Duncanville head coach Reginald Samples, who's won a number of state championships up there in the Metroplex. And yeah, I mean, you talk about a fast riser. This guy, I guess he graduated college. He played at Oklahoma State, then transferred to Houston, but medically retired because of injuries. That's what medically retiring means. And he just got into coaching right away. And again, at 30, he's already been a coach in the NFL. He's coached at Texas, SMU, Arizona State, and Oregon. Now he's an assistant head coach for one of the best programs in America.
Yeah, and he's moving up the ladder. He's moving all around and actually been in the pros, and at that age is now at a place like Oregon. That sounds like a good one, especially, I mean, he's got relationships in the Metroplex area too. Wow.
Yeah, I would love that hire. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, Oregon's got money. They can do whatever they need to keep.
Now, the one that looks at you is the one from Florida, especially if you can bring that other dude along with you for a year. That's the kind of running back that they need, is that guy right there.
Oh, my God. Again, yeah, that's a no-brainer right there. If you can get Jaden Ball to come along with Jabbar Jalouk, then all right, that happens. Make it happen. But again, if you can, I still think there are reasons why you'd be interested in Jabbar Jalouk. But yeah, I mean, Samples had another guy who checks a lot of boxes, even though he's significantly younger than those other two names that we mentioned. He's had a bunch of success.
Yeah, I like Frank Wilson too. I like the way he's handled himself, taking on that interim job at LSU too.
Yeah, the players really liked him. Like a lot of guys were advocating him for him to get the head coaching job on a permanent basis.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough. He just didn't have enough. experience at being the head coach of a place like that, but he seemed like he'd be a great position coach. Plus, he's recruited down in that area. Wow.
You know how LSU works, though. Like, Frank Wilson could have won every game as an interim this year, and they still wouldn't have hired him full-time.
No, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, they still – like, maybe if they didn't get Lane Kiffin and they had to pivot after that, they would have looked at Frank Wilson. But, yeah, it was never going to happen. But the guys in the locker room like him. He has tons of recruiting ties across the state and across the region. And, yeah, I think he'd be a great get, too. So, 3 names right there to consider.
The guy who's the AD, the interim AD, the brother that's the other, he ain't going to be AD for very long. They're not going to stay. They're going to look for another AD, correct?
I think they hired him full-time.
Did they? He's the full-time guy now?
Yeah. Verge Osbury.
Yeah, is he going to be that's awesome.
Full-time. Yep. So, yeah, he gets credit for hiring Lane Kiffin, I guess. Not a bad first hire.
Yeah, now you better win. Now you better win. Now you better win 11 games.
He better. Yeah, they don't have much patience in Baton Rouge, do they?
No. Hey, they don't have much patience at Notre Dame either.
Well, they don't have patience in Baton Rouge. We know that because they can't even make it to the toilet before they got to piss. They just, as soon as they walk into the bathroom, they can't wait any longer. They just whip it out and start going on the floor.
They just crack the door and try to pee and try to hit the toilet from the door.
That's how it works. By the way, Buck, real quick baseball nugget. Edwin Diaz has signed with the LA Dodgers. The best closer in Major League Baseball is going to the back.
Oh, how did he get there?
The Dodgers have some money, sir. Not sure if you're aware of that.
Jeez.
They can spend. All right, real quick shout out AV Consultations. Of course, Wags and Double R will tell you more about Tom McKay and his crew in hour number, or in the Chaos Theory hour. I was going to say hour number 2 to try to rhyme, but that doesn't make sense because this is our 3rd hour of our broadcasting day. I'm going to shut up and talk about AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. We're talking about holiday gifts. How about the best gift you can give yourself? A new TV setup from AV Consultations. It's not just TVs, though. They do surround sound speakers. They do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. They can do heated floors for your bathroom. Bucky started the show talking about how cold it is in the mornings and nights. About a nice heated floor in your bathroom. So when you get out of the shower, you're not freezing. AV Consultations can do that. We talk most about the TV screens, but they do so much more, and they've been doing that here in Central Texas since 1988. They're the best in the business. All you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678. Go online, avconsultations.com.
I wonder if Rodney knows how to get his movies on his phone. Who had to teach him? I bet it's one of his daughters had to teach him how to do this.
Yeah, they taught me. Now they put all of those apps on my phone for me. I've got the Netflix, I've got YouTube TV, Paramount, Disney. I've got them all. They put them on there for me. They put them on my iPad too, which is better.
Really?
It's a bigger screen. Oh yeah.
Oh man, I'm not sure if you guys were tuned in earlier, but Bucky admitted that he has no idea how to watch a TV show or a movie on his phone.
Yeah.
So we're getting him to download Fubo. He's a Fubo guy. So we're getting him to download Fubo TV. And man, your life, Buck, will never be the same.
At the parking lot with the lot lizards?
Bucky spent 2.5 hours in the cell phone lot at Austin Bergstrom waiting for his wife yesterday.
Oh, my
and he did not watch. Think about it. Like, okay, nowadays with technology, all right, you watch a movie. You watch a few episodes of your favorite show. That's all right. You can kill the time. Bucky just sat there listening to the radio for 2.5 hours.
Oh, my
God.
God.
You listen to? Jesus.
Same songs over and over.
I've got some favorites on my phone that I hit, and they just keep going. You know, Tony Braxton keeps rewinding, the Four Tops. I get to listen to that for 2.5 hours and watch people stand outside their car smoking cigarettes. So,
yeah.
Baby. What else would you do? I mean, you got to get to the airport early. Anything can happen on the way out there. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's construction, probably.
Like,
why is there traffic at 7 o'clock at night? What the hell's going on here?
I try to get to the airport pretty early.
How early, Wags? How early do you get?
If I'm leaving on a flight, I try to get there at least an hour before they call.
A what?
Yeah.
An hour?
At least an hour.
You mean when you're sitting in there and watching the 12-year-old boy breastfeeding underneath his mom's poncho, you only have to be there for an hour?
Well, how long do you? I think an hour's long enough.
What airport do you go
I have to
to?
be there about 2 hours and 15 minutes before my flight boards.
That's too long. That's too
Yeah,
long. I thought I was doing everybody, putting everybody in harm's way by putting me there in, an hour early.
So, I mean, I've got the little tag where it says you don't have to put me through the metal detector anymore, and I don't have to drop my pants I'm dropping my pants down to my underwear because I'm so skinny. I got to be there because I have to look at people before they get on board the plane. They're sitting there, and I want to know which one of these people is going to act like an asshole on the plane so I can go attack them first. You can tell before you get on who's going to be the jerk, who's drunk before or got a hangover, or who's going to be talking the whole time. I have to see those people. I can't just go to my gate and get on a plane.
When you fly out somewhere, where do you usually try to fly out in the morning, or do you have a specific time?
First thing out, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. If there's a 5 o'clock flight,
you won't get delayed.
Yeah, you won't get delayed and less chance to have the drunks. You might get some hangover people, but drunk people.
No, I generally get the women talking about they're spending a weekend with their girlfriends and they want to talk about everything that's going to happen before it happens right in front of me on the plane. And they don't stop talking. Everybody's trying to sleep at 6 a.m. These people are just yapping about their entire trip.
Or the one asshole so excited about the new book he bought that he takes his light and just shines it over and hey, buddy, I'm about to pull this damn window open so the sun blasts your damn eye.
No, I'm not reading any papers or anything. I close as soon as that jet makes that sound, that humming sound, I fall asleep. And I can stay asleep for a long time on a plane.
Well, hang on. So if you're taking a 6 a.m. flight, you're telling me you're getting to the airport at 4 in the morning?
No later than 4:15. That means I'm up at 3.
BMO Lance Jason's with you, Buck. He's got a flight at Friday. On Friday, he's taking off right now.
Oh my God.
Well, I usually go early because, and the reason is it's not intentional because like when I have to do so, like when I have a flight in the morning and I want to do it early because it's less likely to be delayed. I keep waking up. I mean, it's like I'm trying to sleep, 5 hours or whatever, and I'm waking up an hour. I'm like, oh shit, so then I just go ahead and get up and go.
And and plus for me, I leave my car parked at the airport. I don't ask for Uber Joyce to pick me up or Uber Jane. I want my car there. So if I'm a little delayed, I don't hold anybody up.
I drive myself.
I just have to remember where I parked the car.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nobody drives me.
I don't know what's worse. Actually, I do know what's worse, but I want you guys to help me out here. Getting to the airport 2.5 hours early to board a flight like the Buck does, or getting to the airport 2.5 hours early to pick somebody up like the Buck also does.
We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that problem.
Yeah,
I mean, what are you doing?
Dude, if you get on 290 at
I live on 290. I'm there all the time. I know what it is.
On, they're all backed up. It's jammed. That thing's not moving. What if I get delayed in there and something happens? Or I get a flat tire. I don't have Rodney to do my flat tire. I got to call AAA to come and do the tire because I'm not getting out.
Wags, they'd be done an hour, and you'd still have an hour to spare. Wags, Bucky said his wife got to his car at 9:30 last night. He left his house to go to the airport at 5:30.
God bless
I
America.
Went to eat first. I had some Chinese food.
He had a 20-minute dinner.
Chinese food.
I did. It was on the way.
Did you go to A&M to get the Chinese?
I went to China.
Yeah, no, you could have flown there and back, it sounds like, and still
got some Chinese food. All right. Yeah.
This is all because of Tom Coughlin. This is where I got this from.
Being around that is a man that would do that to you.
No.
15 minutes prior to 15 minutes prior with Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, dude. That guy made me that way about all kinds of stuff.
And I wouldn't want somebody waiting for me in the cell phone lot because you know how that works. Like when you land and everybody's jumping up to get their shit and whatever. I'm like, why are you in a hurry?
They got that big Whataburger right now, right there, or the Whataburger.
Yeah, they have the Whataburger. I've gone in there once or twice. I'm like, I go to that other place and give a bunch of junk.
Why not get up and in a hurry? You ain't going nowhere. They're not going to open that door.
Hey, my wife says, "What's that smell in here?" I had the Chinese food in the back. She goes, "What the hell is that smell in here?" I'm like, "Does it smell like cigarettes?" Because the guy next to me was sitting out smoking like 8 Marlboros, one after the other.
Cadillacs.
It smelled of curry.
102
I'm trying to figure out what I can do. I know I can't just go up and knock on windows, but I need to get a conversation with people out there. If I get a conversation with you in the men's room, I should be able to get a conversation in the cell phone lot, right? Just don't knock on anyone. Yeah, you get shot there too.
You're not allowed to go door to door. You have to just call people on your cell phone. That's why it's called.
Or no, you knock and say like, "Do you got a charger? I need a charger for my phone."
Good job, Wags. That's a conversation started.
That's breaking the ice right there. There you go.
It's good.
Hey, Bucky, I'm on your side, man. Go get that job. Get that gig. Become the running backs coach, man. And I'm available to be an assistant. I'll stand on the 7-man sled if you need.
No, I need somebody to stand on the sled. I need somebody to protect me game day.
I'll help you out. I'll help you out.
I want to be the guy that keeps you 10 yards or 3 yards from going on the field. No. I want to hold the cord. Huh? I want to hold your wire.
I don't do headsets. I never had to do a headset. Running back coaches don't do headsets anyway.
I'll follow you.
They don't do headsets.
I was never on a headset.
They do now. Nowadays, you're on a headset.
Everybody's on the damn headset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'll follow you to the oxygen tank.
Working for Maccabi, it would be like, if you're all on this headset, I don't want to hear anybody's voice but the offense and the defensive coordinators. You other smucks, shut up.
You're going to have one of these.
Look at that. Double R has you covered. Your own headset guy. Wags will be your get back coach and your holder. Rodney will have your headset. I'll be the guy who protects you from getting hit.
And remember, I got the UTI, so I got to take a pee a lot. Somebody's got to be the piss boy. The bucket. Somebody has to have the bucket.
What is the
have your own bathroom like Coach Prime. Remember, Coach Prime had the bathroom on the sideline.
I've had my players that when I first started at Boston College stand around me and I peed in a bucket.
What do they call it? Urinalysis witness right here for tests. Right here.
Rodney, they're paying assistant coaches $700,000.
Man,
no wonder you get fired if you don't get a 1,000-yard rusher.
That's what I was going to say. This last guy, what did he work? 9 months? I'd do that for $700,000.
He got hired in February and fired in December. So what is that? 10 months?
10 months of work.
I'll take that gig. You can call me whatever you want when you open that door and send my.
I told my wife a different number. I think I told her like around 400,000. So I need to go back to her. I guarantee she'll say, "You better make the call today. You better not leave the house until you make these calls."
Yeah,
that's right.
I'll be mad. I'll be mad if you don't. As a friend,
she did tell me. She goes, "You'd be dead in a year."
No.
I'd be young. You get young being around those young people.
That's right.
And the head coach yelling at you for screwing up. Oh my goodness.
You could be dead in a year just by driving on the Austin roads.
Oh my God.
Are you all in agreement with Chad Scott's dismissal?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what I would have done to Chad Scott's car on the. No, I'm kidding. Yes. Yeah. I mean,
somebody was going to go. He may not be the only head to roll.
It's the worst running game Texas has had since 1944. And it's not all Chad Scott's fault.
Right. I was going to say that.
No running backs got better. He missed on a bunch of his top targets in recruiting. Like the 2 jobs that you have as a position coach, he went 0 for 2. So Sark's not going to fire himself. Sark obviously has to shoulder some of the blame. We know that. Chad Scott, a little bit of a fall guy. But again, there's nothing you can point to and say, no, he deserved to get another year.
And maybe Sark's lack of confidence in the run game did stem from, the inability of Chad Scott to get the running backs up. So.
Well, I mean, that's your job is which guy is the best runner. You can't go throwing out CJ.
In scenarios too, Buck. I'm sure there's certain situations where you're like, hey, Mac, we should probably do this right here.
Yeah. Well, I just got to – I was very fortunate. I got to just put in whoever I wanted to. And I had pretty good choices between guys like Howard Griffith and Ricky Williams and Troy Stratford at Boston.
Hard to miss. Right.
It was hard to, you didn't have better. So it wasn't some of it has nothing to do with me. It's just that I had some good choices. And plus the moms always liked me.
Well, I mean,
hang on.
That's part of recruiting. If the mom doesn't like you, the kid is not going to your school. That's what you really need to know. If mom does not like if the dad loves you, but the mom does not trust you with her baby, he ain't going to your school.
Hell, I might apply for this job. I think I could do this.
Knew that was coming, didn't we?
Yeah, I should know. There's some there were some hot ones. I remember a kid that ended up going to Texas Tech that we recruited at Texas. I mean, he was like last on the list. His mom was hot. His name was Derek Doris. He was a wide receiver, I believe, and he ended up going to Tech. But his mom, I went to visit their house, and I was like, damn.
You were ready to take one for the team.
Oh, no, I wanted the kid. I was like, yeah, no, we got.
Oh, you wanted to give her another kid?
No.
I told her that.
Calm down, Phil Rivers.
I was trying to talk.
Come on, Philip Rivers.
I was trying to talk Magovic into taking this guy at wide receiver. The receivers coach was Cleve Bryant at the time. He goes, "We don't want that kid." I said, "Yes, you do. He's a fine athlete. He's a fine young man." And his mom is fine too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you seen his mom?
His mom's coming with him.
They always ask me, they're like, why do you keep broadcasting high school football? And it's like, well, I love the kids.
Yeah, but the moms are awesome.
I love the kids, moms. So
my God.
Gotta do it.
On that note,
I'm out of here.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys. It is hump day, man. Hump day. Mike, what day is it, Mike? It is Wednesday, December 10th. On this 2025 year of our Lord Amigo. Let's get off of moms and on the sports, buddy. How are you, good sir?
Man, I'm all right, dude. I am all right, man. That is the best crosstalk in Austin, if not the whole state.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I have got to be fully transparent. I'm a very open dude, but when the four of us get going, there are times where I'm sitting on eggshells and my sphincter, my asshole is clutched. Like, I mean, pearls clutched. Like, I have no idea where it's gonna go, what you're gonna say. Like, and there's some times where I'm like, I got a lot of bathroom or locker room talk or whatever, but I mean, my dude, like I get worried sometimes when you open the mic up on the morning. So
well, and that's where it's so crazy. I think what makes that crosstalk so good is that you have
let's not go sucking each other. I mean, come on.
No. Look at the kind of the age.
It ain't the greatest in the land, though. Right?
You got Buck, the elder statesman. You and I are kind of lumped in there somewhat closer, and then you got a young dude. So it's like, okay, so
what's the description of us? I'm very curious to hear your description of us.
I think you and I'm middle-aged. You're not middle-aged yet. Yeah,
I think I'm there.
No, man, not yet.
I think I'm there. Yeah, 45. I think 45 is middle-aged. I mean, I know people are preserving the fountain and using the fountain of youth, drinking from the fountain of youth, right? But I guess I say that because I'm feeling it now, right? Like doing yard work, right? Like I start, it's like I'm still in decent shape. Like, I don't think I can get out and run a 20-minute 3-miler or anything like that. But I mean, I can take off and probably get you 8-minute mile run, right? Sure. I'll probably die after that, but 7 to 8 minute mile run, I can probably bring that in.
Yeah.
But needless to say, like when I'm not like out of breath when I'm doing yard work and stuff, but like after an hour or 30 minutes of just doing any type of labor in the yard, man, my lower back is on fire. Like it is crushed. Going up the stairs, I feel it on my knees. You know what I mean? Like, so there was a certain, and people said like at a certain age, it just hits you like 40's the age that you just, it all smacks you in the face. I was feeling great at 40. I thought people were full of shit. 42 is when it hit.
Yeah. Well,
so like, and not like the day of 42, like the year, like in my 42nd year, that's when I started dragging ass.
Yeah. For me, 35 to about 46, I can truly tell you, I was like in my prime of shape. I mean, that's what a lot of running, a lot of, then I kind of went over to the cycling and all that. When I was 40, I played in one of those old men football games. And I played with full pads and all that. And I was knocking the shit out of 25-year-old dudes at 40.
See, that terrifies me. Like, and there are people that are doing that back where I live too. And I've gotten the call and I'm like, there's no effing way in hell.
My wife is like, you can't do that. I mean, because I had ankle stuff that had already happened from running, But I was like, that was like one of my proudest things in life, and it meant nothing. We got destroyed, but I'm like, you get to play that one last game.
It meant nothing. We got destroyed, but I put my body was a testament. Damn it,
my body could still do it. But and then like late 40s, I kind of just fell off and didn't give a shit. But I made a conscious effort this year to get my fat ass back in shape again, because my other job, it's very physical. It takes a lot out of you with time, and it's very physical work. So then kind of getting back on the to do better.
Like, I mean, there's still like, and that's kind of true too, right? Because I mean, I'm not in the gym that much at all. I mean, I got a gym in the garage, or a bench in the garage, but like I don't have mass weights like there's the weights at Lifetime. I have about 220. I have 245 in weights, 250 in weights, right? Yeah. But I mean, I have enough where I can rep out 225, and I'm still doing that at 45. So I mean, I'm not racking off like 25 reps of 225, but I can get, anywhere between 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 rather. It's still like it's weird that you do kind of find the old man strength, but yet the body parts, they ache though. They
don't work the same.
Still in shape, but yeah, the processor wants to go, like it's still there, but the body is failing. And maybe for a lot of us that played contact sports, or very extreme stuff like military and stuff like that, or law enforcement, firefighting, any type of where you're just putting your body on the line, your body's probably been expedited to where it's going to break down a little bit faster, right? So Souls, I see you in there, man. Don't take my testament as fact that it's going to happen, for you too. Like we're all different, brother. We are all different, man.
Yeah, you just
we all react differently. Sometimes it takes. And I've seen people kind of find the fountain of youth too, like after they've had back pain. Some people, after losing a little bit of weight, the back pain goes away. So
yeah.
Maybe it's not chronic back pain. Maybe it's just in a moment. But enough of Dr. Wagner and sports team Dr. Wagner here.
And like you're talking about there with weights and all of that, I mean, I think that it's much more productive to try to do, like when I would go to the gym, I'd see older dudes over there, and they're walking around and whatever, and then they just load the machine up with weights, and they're like doing 2 reps of whatever. I'm like, lighten that shit up and do 10.
There's this 60-year-old now. He's got like a lifting belt and shit too, right? But there was this like 60-year-old at Lifetime that was, I mean, at least 325 on the bench bar, like just repping it up. I mean, this dude was jacked. I mean, he's clearly on roids too, right? He's competing in some type of no, he's definitely competing in shit. Like nobody sits there and looks like that if you're not.
He's got acne all over his neck.
I didn't like, he had a hoodie on, so I wasn't really. He was probably trying to sweat everything out, but he had water jugs, so I just assumed he was in a competition or whatever. Especially at that age, like what the hell are you? That's not like you're not preparing yourself for the zombie apocalypse, dude. Like he's clearly in a competition. Very strict, like he's sitting there with like his little shake too as he's drinking and going. Hell, I mean, I think everybody has their fucking shake now, but usually people just have the water. He had the jug of water and the shake. So people are like that, man. People, calves as big as my thighs and shit when you're 70. I don't want to be like that. I'll probably die with a controller in my hand or a mouse and keyboard in my hand playing video games.
Cold beer in my hand. So I found this is what I was looking for. So that's me at 40. And we had the football.
Why would you do that to yourself? Jesus.
Look at that. That's me. And I got an award. I got the old dude award, but I recorded 5 tackles that night. So I'm like,
solo tackles all over the place. 42. All right, double R 42.
See,
Did you get a trophy? Did you get a trophy?
Fuck, I got a medal, dude. It's hanging in my bedroom.
I'm
like, I may be a loser in the bedroom, but damn it, I won something. So it's in the bedroom.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, my man.
It's fun. It's fun.
Where do you want to go first? But first and foremost, make sure you follow us on our socials if you hadn't done so already. Smash that subscribe button and then hit us up on that code at text line 512-222-9328.
You know what I saw this morning?
The Lockhart Lion strikes again. You guys are sick. Oh man.
I'm like that lion on the movie.
He did, Patrick. He said he's got a hit on his headboard, dude.
I slap it every time. Yeah, it's
Play like a champion, bro. Play like a champion.
Phillip Rivers, my ass. I'm gonna make a comeback too. You know what I saw that's coming out,
dude? It's signed. He's on the practice squad. It's signed.
He signed. And you know what's even worse that I figured out this morning? So I mean, I don't know if he cares about this, but the fact that he's coming back, he's not eligible for the Hall of Fame for 5 more years. He was like on the cusp. It's like, dude, was
he close to be in? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Eli's up for it. He was in the same draft class with Eli.
I think he would have been on the whatever
on the ballot, right?
This past year or next year. And it's like he decides to come back, Grandpa. And I mean, I don't know if that's important to him or not, but I'm like,
and this is a big point too. He's the only healthy QB they have. He's on the practice squad right now for sure, right? But Riley Leonard isn't going to be out there taking starting reps, right? Leonard's banged up too. Okay,
he got a bad knee. Yeah, that dude's
bad everything. He can't throw. He must have a bad shoulder because he ain't been able to throw the ball in a long time.
Yeah, he never been good. I've tried Nugenics, Jason. It didn't really do anything for me. I've tried all them things. I mean, I took I've taken a bunch of them supplements, and there was like a bee pollen thing that you could take, and that stimulated you, but at the same time, it made you want to get it on all the time. It was like you took 2 little bee pollen pills, and dude, I was frisky all the time. My wife was like, "Quit taking that shit. Don't take the bee pollen." It was called like Joe Bees.
Dude, I am trying to have a serious conversation with you, and you're sitting here talking to me about your.
Well, they're asking, the
your
people
sexual prowess and
supplement
in your damn libido and shit.
So I think with Rivers, I mean, the dude's got to play, right? I mean, if they signed him,
he's playing. He's not on the active roster yet, but he's on the practice squad. They wouldn't have made the move and brought him in just to have him as a backup. Like that's clearly this is an oh shit knee jerk reaction. We got to go get a 44, right? 44 to his senior. We got to go get a 44-year-old to come out here and sling some shit for us. So
there had to have been somebody like with the UFL or USFL or some free agent.
But Bear, I gotta believe that he's not staying on the practice squad. I gotta believe he's going to be elevated to the starting roster and be taking starting snaps for the Colts. Like why bring a 44-year-old guy in just to be on the practice? It just doesn't make sense to me. So.
But the other part about it, wasn't he like a high school football coach, or am I thinking about somebody else? So the guy might be in pretty good shape. I mean, I can only assume that they tried him out, to make sure that he could still zip the ball, that he could still sidearm the ball. Wasn't he one of them sidearm dudes?
I don't think Ellinger's on the practice squad anymore. I think Ellinger's actually elevated
third string. Yeah, I think he's third string
for Denver. So
yeah, I don't know, but yeah, hey. You never know, man. Maybe it works out. This year's NFL has been just out of control. So
is it making you feel like you can go back out there and strap it on? Is that what it is? All these old dudes coming back. Well, I say all these old dudes. One old dude. No. I mean Flacco. Flacco is still out there. Just
Flacco kind of set the precedent, man. With that these old dudes can still do it. Never know, man. You might look up one day in the NFL and this dude's playing linebacker.
I seriously doubt it. But shout out to you for getting out there and putting yourself out. I just thought I would absolutely break off.
Wags, the first play. So I was like Mike linebacker. The first play, running back came full steam and knocked the shit out of me. I'm like, whoa. And that dude was like 27. I'm like, God.
You're playing what? So there wasn't an age group. It was just all alumni?
All alumni. You could, but it was all dudes in their mid-20s. And then it turned out that the team that we played from Bastrop, depending on how you say it, because it was Bastrop versus Lockhart, the guys they had were all semi-pro football players. They beat us like 45-0. We couldn't score because we had old rejects like me. But nobody older.
That's what's the point? I mean, I'm glad you did it 1 year. I hope you haven't been going back for it.
It was fun.
I played intramural, and after the failed stint in Division II, ended up going into the Marine Corps and played in intramural. That's the last time I've ever strapped. And we only had 8-man. My first time playing 8-man football. just a very odd transition, right? Like there's a lot more. You realize how much you relied on your weight too, also when you have to be stripped of that weight. Being in the like playing in a service academy league or whatever like that. I used to do drop tackles all the time because I was a bigger dude, right?
Yeah.
I was light in the ass playing in the Marine Corps, and I would get my bell rung a lot, man. So
yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Go play intramural, brother. That's what they're saying. Go play intramural. All right, we had some basketball last night.
And then on top of that, with Rivers, they're playing Seattle. Those dudes are going to get after him.
Yeah, Seattle's pretty banged up, nasty, or bang you up type of nasty defense, man. They're again, I've been saying that they're not exactly the Legion of Boom, but they're a defense that can dial it up and get after you. So,
yeah, we did have some basketball. I did a little scouting on UConn, getting ready for the weekend.
So there you go. We'll get into that for just a second. But the first game that I wanted to talk about was Michigan and Villanova. Man, I'm sitting here thinking that we're going to get a 2-for-2 Tuesday. For a treat, right? You know, 2 games that are worth a shit here. Villanova coming off, you're only losing 1 game coming in, or excuse me, 1 game coming into that. But they just, I mean, it's Michigan. The 2 best teams in the nation might be in Michigan, right? Michigan and Michigan State. Michigan State, I don't think exactly has come on just yet, but they got the pieces, they got the tools, and they got Tom Izzo. And you know, even when Izzo doesn't have the talent that they have, they're still a force to be reckoned with, or in the conversation for spoiler or even, you know, championship contention. Michigan's got the Joes. They are absolutely loaded. They pounced Villanova last night, man. The Cats had nothing for them. Wolverines, all of it, 89-61. Yeah, just I'd love to sit there and break it down for you, but there was just really nothing much to it. It was just all dominance by Michigan last night.
Yeah, that would I thought that would be closer. I really did think that would be closer because it is
only one loss coming in.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but
also Michigan's making a claim or making an argument why they're not AP1. So
yeah, but again, this is where college basketball is so great because you get these early season matchups that essentially mean nothing. I mean, it's just you figure out where your team is. I mean, you figure out the body of work that you know, like everything that we talk about with college football, to where, okay, this can kill you down the road. This isn't going to kill you down the road. And you figure out, and that's why I'm looking forward to Texas versus UConn. Like we talked about yesterday, we see how Texas has gotten better, hopefully, since game 1 against Duke. Can you have a more complete game? But yeah, this with Tom Izzo, but that's the thing with Tom Izzo. His team is going to be built to make, that late season surge. I mean, you will see them have a place at the table and be in the mix when it's all said and done. But I thought that would be closer last night. But that's all right.
I mean, Wildcats.
Yeah,
you know, they always play good ball. That's a pretty good program too.
Arizona to me is the most impressive.
At this Arizona's nasty, but I mean, I guess it's just because I've been watching more of the Big Ten. I mean, I'm a Maryland hoops fan, guys. Like you guys know that. I love Texas hoops, but I also love Maryland hoops too. So I've been watching a lot of Big Ten basketball, and especially with Maryland and Michigan coming up. I wanted to watch Michigan pretty in depth, and man, they just got pieces. Like they can have 3 or 4 guys in double digit scoring at any night. They're pretty impressive. They're going to beat you on the rebounds most of the night. They're going to battle you inside and usually get points in the paint, or usually win in the battle of points in the paint. They're the classic Big Ten team with twin towers, you know, guys that can just sky over top of you. And then also when they get in trouble, when the double team comes down, they kick it out to their assassin shooter that can knock it down from the perimeter at dropping at like 42% a clip. Like it's just, they're a very complete team. Matter of fact, I can't wait to see Michigan and Arizona square off when it comes down to it at the end of the year. That's probably going to be what it comes down to, depending on what bracket or where they get seated at, right? And what division they'll be in, or region they'll be in. But yeah, those that's not really cutting or breaking any news, right? Like Michigan, Arizona, Michigan State, UConn. Those are the top 4 right now.
And it really has been for me.
Like
Arizona.
Duke's there, but I just don't know if Duke's got all the pieces. They got Evans, they got Boozer, they got Boozer.
Yeah, Boozer. Both Boozers. Yeah, with Arizona, they are, to me, very impressive. And with that win over UConn, like it's mentioned right there, because UConn, again, with the win last night, I mean, UConn is beating top 25 teams right now. I think they beat 3 or 4 top 25 teams. So that's where that win over Arizona's win over UConn to me is like, damn, these dudes are scary. So long year, brother. Long year. Long way to go.
Times in, Coach Miller was pissed off about Texas defense for Southern. Yeah, that's two games in a row now. He's kind of been, harping on the defense, and I think he's just kind of trying to get the guys calloused up and ready for UConn coming in and just trying to be fundamentally sound. The Longhorns played good defense. There was just times where they got complacent on sequences, right? And I think that's what Coach Miller was talking about. Overall, I thought they played very well defensively. I mean, the score would indicate that, but granted, I'm not looking at it through the coach's lens like Sean Miller is. So
yeah, and that's where you'll see the difference when we talk about the quality of opponent, because you can do that against Southern, but you can't do that.
You can be complacent and let your guard down, or I don't even want to say take sequences off or plays off, but hell, that's going to piss the coach off too when he's out there trying to get something done. Running a routine play and you're just sitting there kind of jogging through it and not sprinting through the damn screens or sprinting through the damn run through. So
yeah. And there's a call right there, like you were just talking about, Wags. Duke, Michigan, Arizona, UConn, they do seem to be at a whole different level than everybody else right now. And I
throw Michigan State in there too, man. I'm telling you, Michigan State's going to be the team. I don't know if you can call them the sleeper out of the Big Ten just because it's an Izzo coach squad, but I mean, hell, I think I don't have the rankings in front of me, but I think they're in the top 10 right now.
And I think that this year, to where now we're on a different path with college basketball, where we saw it last year, to where a lot of folks were like pissed off that you didn't have the Cinderella, you didn't have the bracket busters, you didn't have all. That's because these teams are constructed totally different now to the same thing, to the NIL and the portal, and I mean they're constructed to win, and they're not going to fall apart, and they're not going to get beat in that run in the.
Spartans are ninth right now. Sorry,
yeah, nice. No, it's all good, but yeah, I mean I think those are contenders there for Texas. I mean, here's your measuring stick.
Yeah, here's the litmus test coming in. We'll talk about Florida here in UConn in just a second, but wanted to tell you about our guy. You know the deal, man. It's about that time, and the go-to personal injury attorney in our Fairburg, it's Hurricane Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Got to give him a call. Personal go-to injury attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for all you fellow Texans out there. But he's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that burnt orange suit. Did you ask him about the suit yet? Call him up and ask him about the suit. If you're injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury or at all, give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let the Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Blow the doors down. Call Hurricane Hecht today, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. And there is not a better gift that you're going to give to your significant other, to your family, to yourself, for crying out loud, than a setup from AV Consultations. You hear us talking about that all the time, Wags. You've got the ultimate setup. You have the ultimate setup, my man.
I got a pretty good party pad.
You do.
The only thing that I'm wishing right now is that I was in a secluded area, right?
Oh, that would be great in the country, dude.
Like an HOA. I didn't live in a neighborhood.
Yeah.
But even now with the setup that it is, I'm not going to be pissing off my neighbors too bad, right? But yeah, call up Tom, ask him about that Sonos surround sound system. See if you can get if he, imagine what he can do for you if what he did for me, right? Like, hell, man, make your dreams come true. Mine came true.
Yeah, it's audio visual. That's the thing. You can watch it, you can hear it, you see it. You can have that set up as well. Most of us here at TSU, Tom has hooked us up, and I'm telling you, yesterday, this past couple of days, the Snowball Derby in Pensacola, Florida, the biggest short track race of them all, booming around here. It was rain delayed. Spent a lot of time yesterday watching the Snowball Derby on my AV consultation system.
You know what
I do that too.
Do you know what I've done? I've actually tested out the Sonos system, right? I've gone out there, I've played video games on it. I've played Dead by Daylight, to where you have to, I don't know if you're familiar with Dead by Daylight, but it's basically like hide and seek for adults, but you have like Michael Myers, you have Jason Voorhees in it. Like Friday the 13th didn't sign off on the licensing or whatever, but you have all these scary characters, right?
And they're looking for you.
So there's a group of 4, right? And then there's one hunter, all right? And you got to go around all these obstacles, but you can hear every effing thing on the Sonos surround sound. My nipples are hurting. I got goosebumps.
That would be cool,
right? It's fantastic. And then also you throw college football on there. That's I mean, not just watching college football, but playing college football. That's great. Golf, man, with the surround sound system outside. I'm telling you, just that no job's too big, no job's too small. We're just talking about the gaming right there. Maybe you want to watch something like a home theater thing outside, where you're watching Top Gun, Maverick, and you hear those afterburners come on, and then the neighbors are calling you, "What the hell is going on out there?" It's audio visual consultations. Give them a call.
I'll tell you, when people come to my house, they walk into our front room. We got a pool table in there, and then they look over. I've got 2 video game consoles. I've got 2 stand-up video game consoles that Tom set up in here. They're like, "Is that an arcade video game?" I'm like, "Yeah, go play it. Go turn it on. Give me a quarter and go play it." You got
the Atari one too, right? He can get you the Atari. I got Street Fighter. I got the Capcom and the Midway stuff. Yeah, so there's 14 Midway games and 14 Capcom games on there, man. I need to get the Atari set up too, dude.
Yeah,
all the Atari.
Mike McCall
daily consultations, guys.
Yeah,
setting the standard, man. You got to hit them up.
Mike McCall says, "Where's the invite?" You come over anytime while Tom talks.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Boom. Exclamation point right there. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. Did I say Mike McCall? I sure did, because if you're looking for that home renovation, whether it's indoor or outdoor, there is one phone call to make. There is one spot to check out. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. You can see the gallery of projects right there. For over 40 years, a father-son team serving Central Texans, making those renovations, building new homes, whatever you're looking for. You want a new home? Absolutely. They can get that. They've got design consultants in-house ready to do that for you. From start to finish, they can get that done for you. Or maybe you've got that home that's a little bit older like mine, you're sitting on a pretty good pot of equity, and you want to upgrade stuff and make it more modern. That's the way to go as well. Renovations, new homes, they'll take care of you. 512-633-9580. You need to make that call or text right now, and be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, because that's going to get you a free estimate on that design project. And again, the trades, the quality of work, when these folks come in to work in your home, they're going to treat your home as if it was theirs, because it is. It is their home while they're working in there, because they're going to make this thing immaculate. I'm telling you, my primary bathroom is the coolest spot in my house. It really is. I mean, it truly is. Even cooler than where the video games are. I need to modernize that room a little bit, and that's probably something in 2026 that's going to be done by Mike McCall and his great crew. Again, check them out at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Get that free quote right now, that free estimate, 512-633-9580. We build quality into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Also, outside. Holiday season is here. You see Christmas lights going up everywhere. All these towns. I was in McAllen over the weekend at a holiday parade. They've got the town all decked out. I'm driving through my neighborhood yesterday, and folks are starting to get those lights up, and I see guys out on ladders and hanging strands of lights, and I'm like, ooh, buddy, you're about to take a tumble. Don't do that. Don't do that. Contact Humbug, a full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They make it to where everything is done for you, and you can enjoy a stress-free, stunning holiday display. It doesn't matter if you're residential or commercial. You got a storefront, you want to make your business front pop, they'll take care of that for you. At your property, whichever, or the storefront, custom holiday design, professional installation, full season maintenance and support. They take it all down when it's done. They store it for you. Commercial grade LED lights included, multiple design packages. And again, right now, if you make that call, 833-4-HUMBUG or via text 512-222-1820, humbuglights.com. Use the promo code TSU20. That's TSU20, 20% off your custom installation right now. And again, with them, the estimate is free. That's 20% off of the installation. Humbuglights.com, 833-4-HUMBUG, 512-222-1820. Humbug Holiday Lighting, all the magic without the hassle. Get it done now. Spots filling up in the holiday season. Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Did you already talk about Covert?
We got to talk about Covert. I'd take a look. I got some sinus thing going on here, man. A couple of weeks ago when I was in Houston, I shook a lot of hands and I didn't sanitize my hands. And I came home and I got the whatever. I don't know what's going on.
The heebie-jeebies? The crud?
I got the crud. But where you don't get the crud is at Covert Bee Cave. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you get the whip that you're looking for, and you can be a satisfied customer just like these folks.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Code a text line at 88516 number says, Wags, you need to get on Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
I'm
the new extractor. The new extractor. Yes. Actually, text back to that dude and see what that. Tell him to join the Discord, the Texas Sports Unfiltered Discord, and I'll send my gaming info there, and he can kind of run me through it. The only extraction shooter that I've been playing right now is Escape from Tarkov. They fixed it. It's not as buggy as it used to be. But yeah, I'll check out Arc for sure.
Wags, you know what? I bought. You should get this too. I think you would totally enjoy this. And again, NASCAR homer over here. NASCAR 25 is
24 shit the bed, so I didn't get it. I've been getting F1 for my racing game because F1 doesn't miss.
25 is badass.
All right,
I got to tell you,
I'll rent it first, and then I'll
rent it because it's very challenging. When you go into career mode, you're driving these cars that they call the Arca Menard series. It's kind of like the fourth level of what you would call like in minor league baseball and so forth.
All right.
And those cars are so shitty. You have to sit there and they drive horrible. You have to like make them work well to progress yourself.
No, I got you.
Check it out.
You gotta level them up and shit like that.
Yep.
Beaver Lance Jason says I need to upgrade my home audio Sonos everywhere. Hey, give Tom a call. He can make it happen for you, Bevo. Give him a call, man. I highly recommend it. Like I say it all the time now, man, since I've seen it. Video's great. Like video's the eye candy, right? That's the stuff that pops off for, I want to say novice, because I felt like I was in depth with audio visual at the time, but I guess I wasn't because I was just seeing all the video, man. Like once you hear the audio or have experienced the audio, you can't have it any other way. Like I'm sitting here in this studio, and this is the only place that I don't have the Sonos surround sound system, right? And it kills. I go downstairs and go outside all the time just to experience that atmosphere. I highly recommend it. You got to check it out.
That's
What's up, Mike? We see you, brother. Is Discord still a thing? Yeah, it's still out there. It's up. We're just not as frequent and active in there because honestly, the mods and the the moderators are there for Discord. It's honestly all on the public, right? Like if you guys want to get down in there and start communicating in there, make that like a chat channel and make it like a point, kind of like what Horns 24/7 has, where you're always coming up in the chat columns and stuff. Absolutely, where you're putting off a community information. I highly recommend it, man. We can't stress that enough. Get into the Discord if you guys want to, and share information with each other.
Yeah, and it goes without saying because I tell people
it's also easier for telling you all where events are. It's just when I don't see activity in there, I'm not going to post a whole bunch of shit. But there's stuff that goes in the Discord almost daily. Clips of our pods that go up, or clips of the YouTube channel that goes up, or where an event's going to be. So make sure you guys follow it if you guys haven't already.
And Wags and I are both. Wags and I are both dudes where him, on X at Not the Fake Wags. I'm at the Rodney R. If you guys ever want to bullshit and talk some sports or whatever, reach out to us there. I mean, because I love talking, communicating with people about sports, and like CB will send us stuff all the time, and it's like that's really cool stuff, and I think that's where this show is cool because we truly do like well, not that others don't, but Wags and I are just dudes.
Yeah, and honestly, like I don't really monitor Twitter live. Like I usually have TweetDeck that automates tweets for me. Like the only time I'm on Twitter live is when a game's on, and I'm sitting there like, holy shit, what a pass! You know what I mean? Like the usual stuff.
I remember like first starting in this industry, as Brad says, where I would see dudes that were hosts like we are, and they would like purposely avoid people. Because maybe they're a little social whatever, social awkward or whatever, and I'm like, if I'm ever in a spot to talk to the people, I love that.
I'm like that though. I'm very shy in public.
Well,
I am for something like it's my anxiety.
You're like that, but then you something happens, and you're like,
smoke a bowl and I come back down to earth. And that's usually like I'll be right back. It happens. It's like clockwork, man. I get to an event, I'm all tensed up, and hold on, man, I'll be right back.
Be right back.
I do it. I blaze real quick. I come back. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Be right back. Wags comes in.
Then I'm Captain Gladhand.
Yeah.
Dude.
Wags comes in looking like Pigpen from the Peanuts with this cloud over him and shit, and it's like, oh yeah, he's all right now.
He's good, man. Steven Delgado. Discord is just it's a community platform. Honestly, it's where you can go to share information. It's people use it for gaming mostly, but yeah, a lot of people are using it for community chat channels and shit like that. But yeah, we have one. I'll post a link on the Twitter handle for you guys. I'll share the link for it. That way we can get most of y'all in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for asking. 77-73 was the outcome last night. UConn over Florida. You got to see a little bit of what we're going to have on display for the Longhorns. Is Caravan the best ball player in the country right now at the collegiate level?
I think early on, I would say yes. And going back to the rationale with that is who UConn is beating right now, because they are beating quality opponents, and he seems to be very steadfast in what he's doing. It was 13 last night, I think. He added 13 points. Solo ball, I guess. That's a basketball name, right? Solo ball.
That's up there with like Majestic and Scientific.
Dude, that is like this dude is meant to be a basketball player. Solo ball. But yeah, I do got to go with Caravan. I think he is. I think he is the best player in the country playing right now.
Honestly,
right now,
obviously a lottery pick, right? But like, is he one top 5? Is he top 3?
I don't know. Too early to tell. I think it's too early to tell. But back to quality of opponent and body of work, I think I'd put him in the top 5 right now, Wags. And again, it's limited knowledge. It's limited times that I've seen him. But
sure, no,
I've watched UConn twice. And both times that I watched him, he's been pretty fucking solid.
He's been fantastic.
Yeah,
100%.
Really, really good.
Fantastic matchup between him and Hall last night. Not just, I mean, and I say that too because he was battling against Hall, he was battling against Condone, and Hall's got the ability to step out and hit the perimeter shot too. Like that's what like Florida's so mind-boggling to me because they're so good, but yet they can't get it together, right? They're not even in SEC play yet, and they already got 4 losses. So I don't think they had 4 losses last year. Hold on. I can't remember the Gators.
Weren't they like 30-4? I thought they were like 30.
I don't even think they had 4 losses. That's why I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know if they had 4 losses last year. But yeah, like this is a team, and I told you guys at the beginning of the year, like I think the Gators are still, a championship contender. There's something about them that's just off this year, right? And I didn't know they were going to lose 4 before I said that shit. I just got lucky on that. I thought, and I've been big on Kentucky. That's the team that I think is going to roll in the SEC, and they're playing like dog shit. Hell, they got beat by 30 by Gonzaga.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Lee was 5 of 14 last night from threes, or from 3-point land. And it's like, kind of looked like some of the old Texas teams. I'm like, shit, just kind of throwing stuff. Again, 4 losses for Florida right now. So that we kind of talked a little bit about the SEC basketball. It's like, and kind of putting Florida up at the top right there. Maybe that's not going to be the case. Maybe that's not going to be the case. Maybe it's a little more wide open than we thought it was going to be. But I don't know, man. But does UConn ever lose at Madison Square Garden?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know the record off him, but it seems like they always win when they're in the
I know, right? It's like at that venue, and it's like you're watching UConn play. I'm like, and again, I don't watch every game.
Or they seem to dial it up from the perimeter, or have some of their best nights from the perimeter there. They're just a very efficient team, man. They do everything right, and just a mind-boggling end of the game last night with 5-second call, just like with turnovers there. That's just, and one, I'm going to say that was a pretty quick whistle too. At the end of the game there, that the 5-second call happened on Boogie Flan there. But yeah, it looked rather quick. It did not feel like 5 seconds in my opinion. And going back and after seeing it on the replay on SportsCenter, it seemed like it was about 4 seconds. So the 5 second. That was awful fast. That seemed a little pretty
fast.
Quick. A very pivotal call. So
yeah,
pretty quick.
Well, and there you go.
What's Discord? Yeah, it's a chat channel platform. Usually it's used for gaming, but hell, like stuff people that aren't on Twitch or whatever, sometimes like if you're in Discord or whatever, they'll share their games, or they'll even share their streams on Discord as well. So it's just a platform to communicate.
Yeah. So that leaves for UConn hosting Texas. That'll be Friday. Thoughts there?
I hope Texas keeps it close.
Set the expectations. Let's have rational expectations, friends. Don't take out the football pissed offness on the basketball team. I don't think this is a team that's ready to compete quite yet with UConn in this very early part of the Sean Miller era.
Can Vacatitis keep up with Caravan?
I don't think so.
Or can he bang with Stewart and Caravan?
I don't think so. I mean, I think you get, like I said, if you get what you had against Duke, if you get a very competitive first half, second half you come out and you just wear out and you lose by 12, I'm happy. That to me that's a quality loss, Wags.
A quality loss to me is 3 points or or maybe 6 points, like a 2-possession game.
Yeah,
that's a quality loss. Like 12 points is not a quality loss. That's a blowout.
Well, do you think this team is capable of that quite yet? Maybe. Who? I want to see who the shooter is.
I'm going to be very curious to see how physical Vacatitis is. Right, like this will be again. We've been saying litmus test. This will be a very good test for not just the team, but for individual play as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think, weirdly enough, I think Pope can stay with Ball.
Yeah.
Our problem, as the Longhorns will face all throughout the year if there is no shooter that can keep up with the 3-point output that UConn has.
Yep.
And ultimately they might be able to bang down low for the first half, but UConn's depth will wear down eventually the Longhorns, and then you'll start to see that differential, that point differential start to increase.
And I think that this is going to be a big part of it right here, that it's going to be, I mean, those fouls, those early fouls, and that's going to take your big dude out. And that's where that thing will continue to, or start to steamroll and just kind of roll it. So, shit rolls downhill, as they say. I think that right there is going to be kind of the turning point of the game.
Well, I
early
think,
fouls.
But if that happens, I think Traore can come in and still, he's got really good footwork to stay with Caravan. You're just not going to get the offensive output that you're going to get that from Traore that Vakatitis has down low.
Yeah.
And I don't even, and to be honest, I don't even know how dominant or if we will be a factor at all with points in the paint with UConn, right? I mean, UConn's so low at winning that differential, right? Where we've been successful almost routinely every night is winning the rebound battle and the hustle battle. This is a team that doesn't just have shooters. They do all the scrappy shit too, right? Like they don't play like a team that's won 3 national champion, like that had just been dominating the reins of college basketball. They play like a team that is still hungry, like
very hungry,
right? Like they're not having full course meals and shit. They're playing like they're getting scraps, right?
Exactly.
That's just championship mentality, man.
That's how you continue to win and be in these conversations year after year. That's just the mindset, like you were talking about Tom Izzo. I mean that dude, even if he's a little down on talent, that dude's going to get the best out of what
I
he
like
has.
Izzo a lot better than I like Hurley. There's just something about Hurley that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm with. Look, I like Tom
arrogance.
Izzo.
He's very arrogant. But hey, man, if you got it, talk it. Or if you can walk it, talk it. I guess
they back it up. And a lot of these guys back it up,
and that is very. I guess that can be a very strong recruitment tool as well. Especially like, there's one thing that he said that's just so fucking cold, and it's we put ball players into the NBA. We make players ready for the NBA. I'm paraphrasing, so like it's not the actual quote, but I was just like, God. Players come here to get ready to go to the NBA. And I was just like, my God, like that's Krzyzewski shit. That's the type of shit that Krzyzewski would say.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's bringing his brand. That's for sure, man.
We shall see. That's Friday. Texas on the road against UConn.
The Gators are just an enigma, man. They're just they got all the damn talent. They just haven't been able to get it together on the floor yet, man. They got some NBA hoopers, bro. They
do. Absolutely. Speaking of Florida, looks like that running back coach from Florida being tossed around as being Chad Scott's replacement. They did run the ball well.
I mean, they got ball on football and they got Hall and hoops, huh?
Bring Ball over here. If you can get the coach and Jaden Ball, I think I'd be good with that, right? A 1-for-2 deal.
Yeah, I'd sign up for that. That any day, man.
That fixes up a lot of your running back problems right there. That one dude, those 2 dudes, fixes up your running back room immediately.
What else you want to do, partner? What else you got going on?
Hey, I'm into. I was going to tell you this morning, and I saw it after the fact, after we were chatting this morning via the text messages. I saw that Lionsgate TV, they produce all these films or whatever. They're putting a TV project together about the
Lionsgate TV. Hold on,
Lionsgate TV.
You're talking about.
They're putting together a TV project about what's his name, Otani's whatever.
The Gambler, the Fall Guy.
The Fall Guy. They're putting a TV project together about that. Yeah. It says the Lionsgate TV project will focus on Mizuhara's gambling scandal, which led to his firing by the Dodgers and the accusations from Otani's representatives that he stole from the MVP. That'll be fun to watch.
I'll tune in.
I'll tune in. Yeah, that you give me that.
I know it's all bullshit. But
I know it is.
It's entertainment.
Yeah, and it'll be in the off season. I'm sure this will be, when the kind of like that dead time of sports. So hell yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I think that'll be cool. The truth will be told, or will it?
The truth shall set you free. Anything else, amigo?
Man, I think we got everything covered today. See, Brett Yormark was talking shit about Notre Dame. Said that that was egregious.
Does Brett Yormark have any leg to stand on for talking shit?
Egregious moves by Notre Dame. Come on, man, shut up. It was egregious. I mean, I'll say that. It's kind of a P move, in my opinion. Just play. Come on, man. You Pop-Tarts Bowl, dude. I mean, just play the game. Come on.
I mean, I get it though. Like, everybody's pissed at Notre Dame, right? Like, in one, they get the benefit of playing a weak ass schedule, right?
Ain't got to go in conference.
Usually going up against Navy, Air Force. I think their hardest game that they. It was A&M, right? I can say that. It was A&M. Like, but USC is on the schedule every year for Notre Dame. So that's at least one decent program that they can say that they play. But other than that, like, Notre Dame really don't play anybody. No. So to sit here and say, you're taking your ball and going home, and again, I can't believe I'm back onto this Freeman shit. But to sit here and say you're taking your ball and going home because you missed out, you lost 2 games with a very, very easy strength of schedule. You don't belong in. You really, you don't.
And you lost to Miami. I mean, Miami got your spot. I mean, sorry. I mean, shit.
But we've seen it. It doesn't matter, man. It's no one knows what the hell is going on with this committee.
No.
And honestly, if they came out and said that, I would be cool with it, right? Be like, hey, at least you're not lying to us, because it's very clear that none of y'all have an idea of what you're all doing. Pull your heads out your asses.
This whole thing is like when you go to the bingo and they put all those balls in that thing and they're sitting there popping up and down and they're like B2. That's how this shit looks like to me, to where it's like, let's just pull a ball out and we'll figure out, and then we'll figure out if it belongs or not. Where I guess in the bingo, it automatically belongs, but it's a shit show, man. It's whatever. Let's go to the Cheez-Its Bowl. Oh, I
forgot to bring my Cheez-Its.
That's
I forgot to bring my Cheez-Its box up. Week schedule, give me a break. Their fault ain't having their moments this season. No, I mean, but also, like, if they played, and I can't even say if they played in the ACC, they would play stronger opponents. They would be, they'd have Clemson on the schedule. They'd have Miami on the schedule. They'd have tougher opponents every season. I think the fact that they had the weak schedule that they did, and they had 2 losses with that weak ass schedule, is what kept them out. Yeah. When there's other, and honestly, like, your only team that you basically performed well against and lost was Notre Dame, or excuse me, was A&M, honestly, in my opinion. And do we even really know what A&M is after what Texas did to them, 2 weeks ago now? So I don't know, there's a lot. Has A&M been exposed? But I mean, I see your point, Temple. I just think, they did benefit from an absolute weak schedule.
And I will tell you, if this, and I guess it is legit with this thing that comes out about if Notre Dame's in the top 12, that they're going to have an automatic entry into the college football playoff. I mean, that's a load of horse shit right there. I mean, I don't know how they haven't been forced to join a conference. And I know that it's a big institution. It's got a lot of tradition and it's whatever, but still, that's where it's one outlier that I don't think that should get, automatic whatever just because of who they are. I mean, they've got this massive NBC contract. They've got all their own shit, and people want to bitch about Texas all the time. I'm like, look at Notre Dame. I mean, you want to talk about Texas, whatever. Look at Notre Dame. Look what they have done and continue to do. But hey, what do we know? What do we know? Let's talk basketball.
I'm just a guy sitting in a chair, man.
Me too.
Hey, super quick. First off, what's going on, Double R Wags? Before we talk a little basketball, man, I just want to ask your guys' thoughts on something here. I've been thinking about this whole playoff thing is talked to death. I won't talk the audience, to death with him. I'm gonna throw one quick angle at you. One that I think, I was talking with my dad the other day. You guys are all old enough to remember a time when it was a privilege to go to a bowl. And what I mean by that is my dad was kind of telling me, he was like, yo, there was a time when if you made it to the Orange Bowl or you made it to the Citrus Bowl or whatnot, like that was the equivalent of a national championship for X team. Not every team is going to play for a national title. And he kind of really flipped my thinking on this because I was so caught up in the playoff system and how it's wrong and so on and so forth. And I think maybe
we're all prisoners of the moment.
Yeah. And I'll use myself as an example, right? Like I graduated from UCF 2013, that a team, Blake Bortles, Brashad Perriman, all those guys went to the Fiesta Bowl, beat Baylor, right? Mm-hmm. I remember how I felt and I was like, yo, that's great. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't upset. Now, granted, there was no playoff at that time. That's the year before the playoff was instituted. But I didn't feel like it was so wrong that they didn't make the playoff, right? In the way that I felt in 2017 when they went undefeated with Mackenzie Milton, so on and so forth. But that thinking was like, have we just lost the plot so much where it's like only X amount of teams need to be worried about a national title for everyone else? And Notre Dame's a bad example, right? Because obviously they expect to play for titles, but it doesn't have to be this crime if you don't make the playoff. Am I short-sighted there, fellas?
No, I don't think you're. I think people's expectations are spoiled, I guess, for lack of better terms, right? Everybody wants the effing trophy every week, right? You want to be number one every week, and it just can't happen. There's winners and there's losers, and there can only be one winner out there every year. So there's going to be everybody else is going to be a loser.
Yeah,
and Temple Brutus, I'm reading your comments, man. I agree with you, dude. I don't think there is, and for me, I'll say this real quick, like I don't think there is vanity and ego with the SEC, at least here. Now there are channels dedicated to the SEC, but if we're being fucking real, like the Big Ten has won the last 3 years, dude. Like, I don't think there's any vanity, or I don't think any of us are sitting here beating our chest and saying SEC. You will not find that here, dude.
No. And Eric, to your point, I think because me being older than you guys, it was, or I grew up with the bowl system, and it was, whether it be the Cotton Bowl, whatever, where those Liberty Bowls and all that, those were really cool things to watch because you saw, and that was before the days of conference alliances to where, SEC 4 goes to this one and all this, that, and the other. But it's like, this is what sucks to me. Because even though that the system is outgrowing itself and things are changing so much, shit like this is going to kill the bowl system. Because when you're
it already has.
Yeah, when you're a sponsor that's dumping this much money into these bowls, I don't give a shit. We got bowls on the 13th. We got bowls on Saturday. To me, that's a big fucking deal to some of these schools, or it should be. Right. And when teams are just like, when players are like, I ain't playing, and teams are like, I ain't going, to me, that's a kick in the nuts to a college football fan.
Well, at least to the smaller schools, too, because they get so much money for going to the games, too, right?
Absolutely. And, if you
Texas
win,
it's no big deal because Texas has that FU money.
Right. But it's like, if you win 7 games, if you're Texas State, you win 7 games to go play a bowl game, shit, that should be a big thing. But you're right, Eric. You guys are right. It's squashed. It's squashed.
Your old man's absolutely on point, dialed into it, man. It should be a privilege to be playing postseason ball.
Right. And not to mention, you get to practice 15 more times. That's a benefit, right?
That's just it. Those kids get 15 more snaps.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
Not those teams playing on Saturday.
Not the ones.
Not those teams playing on Saturday. But your point remains. The rest of those teams get 15 practice.
You get more snaps. You get more time, cohesion. Anyway. All right.
Hey, y'all were talking about SEC bias.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be an asshole, so I didn't hop in the comments of this thread, but the other day on our site, someone started a thread on the board and it was like, everyone's talking about Notre Dame, Bama, Miami. How's no one talking about how overrated Texas Tech is? They haven't played anyone. And it's like, well, they have covered 11 out of their 12 games, and the one game they lost was Arizona State when the starting quarterback got hurt. And that they're in the same conference Texas was in 2023 that also had a 1 loss. Now, that 1 loss was to Oklahoma in the Red River shootout, and they also beat Bama on the road that year. But like, for how much Texas fans are like, oh, SEC, they have 8 home games, they play 4 nobodies. You know, this is horse shit. And then Texas goes to the SEC, and now it's like, man, the Big 12 is a G5 conference. And it's like,
right.
Come on, man. Pick a side. Stay on it.
Imagine this scenario if Texas was – because I was thinking about this Sunday when I was driving because, look, I knew Texas wasn't going to get in. I'm sitting there driving, and I'm like, let's say that Texas was still in the Big 12 and won the Big 12 with this resume that Tech has and got themselves in as the 4 seed. The outcry would be massive. They ain't played nobody.
It was Bama's outcry last year.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what Florida State said, and they were undefeated and kicked out of the playoffs for Texas.
Yeah. Would Florida have done anything without Travis?
No.
No.
And Wags,
at least we all have logic down.
They got shafted, but like, I don't know. I really don't care. I also, the Florida State market is just a bunch of fanboys that, I mean, that was the worst day of their lives. It was absolutely hilarious. But, I don't feel bad for them at all. Not a fan of Florida State, Mike Norvell, or just that fan base. So it was an awesome day on Twitter when they were left out.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if the NFL had a committee, the Colts wouldn't get in because Grandpa Rivers is not going to take them anywhere. I would leave them out. I would leave the Colts out.
Man, that's the wild. If that dude starts on Sunday, that's the wildest shit. It's quarterback play. No, let me not say is, because we know quarterback play is that scarce. But damn, you go get a grandpa off the couch and be like, "Yo, you know the system? All right, get out here in 5 days." That's insane.
God.
Yeah, and like, when is the last time this dude was tackled to the ground? Like, how is that going to feel?
How old's his youngest kid? Didn't he just have a baby? I think a year ago.
I think he has a grandchild. I'm pretty sure he's the first grandpa.
I don't think he has a grandchild. I mean, he's
No,
old.
he does.
I don't know if he's got
He
a
does. His
no
23-year-old daughter.
There's no way. There's no way the range is that big.
Wags,
His 23-year-old daughter just spawned a child.
His oldest son is older than Riley Leonard, who's going to be his backup on
There's
Sunday.
no way.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the first grandpa. Actually, no, he's not.
Eli
Brett
Manning,
Favre.
Brett, Grandpa Brett.
Yeah.
I'd rather
That's
have
still
that
just-
dude. Yeah, I guess.
Is he not the
Where
same
is
age
this?
as Eli Manning?
Nah, Eli's got to be 47, 48. Well, no,
I wanna hear-
Peyton's 49. No.
Do you want to hear some
Eli's
good
younger.
stuff about
Eli's
Phillip Rivers?
44. Eli, there was
Eli's
some draft
44. Holy cow. Okay.
Hey, guys, Phillip Rivers signed a ceremonial one-day contract with the Chargers in July.
Dude,
So he could retire as a Charger.
I told Wags that I think this dude was about eligible for the NASCAR or for the NFL Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And
his-
now
his clock-
signing, he just added 5 years to that.
his clock restarts. Yeah.
Hey, apparently, according to J.J. Watt from production meetings, Phillip Rivers ran the same offense as the Colts for his son Gunner's high school team this season. He and Shane Steichen spoke weekly about it, discussing plays and even film, so familiarity with the scheme should be no problem whatsoever. Another thing, his new center, Tenor Bortolini, I don't know how you say it, was 1 year and 10 months old when Phillip Rivers was drafted into the NFL.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And Phillip Rivers is older than the Colts head coach, Shane Steichen, who's 40, and his OC, whose name is Jim Bob Cooter, who's 41.
Oh, yeah, Jim Bob Cooter. I remember that guy.
So he's older than his head coach and his OC.
There's going to be a movie about this.
Yeah.
Is he
Or
closer?
there has been a movie about this.
Is he closer in age to what's her name? Mrs. Irsay, the owner, than he is anybody else on that team?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Hell, she had to play quarterback.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I'm curious, is he going to wear 17? Has this been announced? Because Daniel Jones is 17, you know?
Yeah, well, he's on IR, so maybe.
There's a new sheriff in town, Jordan.
Hey, Jordan, you see this earlier on the show? That's a 40-year-old Lockhart Lion right there playing in the old man game. That's double R.
What is going on here?
At 40, that's me in the alumni game. That's double R right there. Linebacker extraordinaire. Look at that shit.
It's an alumni game?
That was when I was 40, so it was a few years ago.
Right. Well, Double R, we can tell by This is an alumni game?
Yeah. Yep.
You think he was in high school in this? They didn't have colored photos back then.
No. It's not that. It's just I'm stunned that. Listen, y'all know I guess Wags is not a Texan, but like as a non-Texan, y'all out here throwing on the pads at 40 and like they have like an official alumni game.
Maryland, my old high school in Maryland has it too.
Yes, Eric. The guys that I played against, they were all in their mid-20s.
We get a letter. Everybody that was on the football team gets a letter, and they were just like, "Hey, there's an alumni game this year."
Yeah, we played. I played.
I thought the alumni game would have been alumni versus current players. And I'm like, did y'all win? Because Lockhart doesn't have much.
Well, we got beat in that game 40-something to nothing to Bastrop.
Jeez.
Yeah, well, they brought in a semi-pro team. They rolled our ass. But 42 right there, he had 5 tackles. 5 tackles.
How many doctors did y'all have on the sideline?
None. We had one guy that got knocked out, and they took his ass to Bastrop Hospital. That dude got hit so hard.
They ain't drinking water either. They got vodka and they got booze over there. They ain't got no water.
You know y'all got to go to work the next day, right? Like,
oh man,
they had no insurance covering that.
That's what I'm saying,
guys. They put me
that's
on.
Like the adult football leagues are hilarious. The videos that come out of them.
The young dudes got wore out. They put me on the kickoff team eventually. They're like, "Can you run down there on the kickoff team?" I'm like, "Fuck it, I'll do it." I mean, I don't care. I mean, I wasn't a gunner.
Tackling no one.
He's wedge breaking. He's wedge breaking at 40 years old.
He's going.
There it is. That's right. I got an award. Oldest dude on the field. Oldest dude on the field.
He's playing against. That's another thing. He was also playing against 24-year-olds, 27-year-olds, and shit.
Yeah,
and it's nuts because Phillip Rivers is older than Rod was when he did that.
That's right. That's right.
And he's playing professional athletes, not the Bastrop Bears.
So. I could play for like 5 snaps.
No, you couldn't.
Then I'd be done. The processor's there, right? But the body is not.
Eric, I told Wag, so they put me at Mike linebacker, and it's like the first play that I was in there, this 27-year-old, Haas comes out of the backfield. Nobody even attempted to block this.
He tried to fill.
This fucking dude hit me so hard. I was like, God, I saw stars, man. It was like, but I got up and I was motivated.
Okay, wait, question. How so growing up when we played, you would get, acclimated into the season. You start off shorts and shirts, then half shell, and you're wearing your helmet, your new helmet for that season for like 5 days before you start hitting dudes. Where the hell did these helmets come from? And how long did y'all have to wear them before? Because I know you said someone got knocked out. There had to have been at least 3 other concussions.
They rolled up and they had the high school provided, that's like the Lockhart uniforms, I think, from like a couple of years back. So they provided everything. I mean, we had the pants, we had the pads.
Y'all got the shit that was broke. They gave you the shit that was broken.
They gave us the junior varsity stuff. All I had to roll up, I had to have socks and cleats. Is all, and I had to buy my own mouthpiece that I had to drop in the water and fit and all that. I'd forgotten how that used to do, but they gave us everything, and that was the weird part for me because
compromised gear.
Well, yeah, exactly. When the last time I had worn a football jersey, you put it up over your head and it just kind of fell over you.
No.
These were all like body fitting and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to have like 4 dudes put that shit on me to squeeze around all this.
Man, that's how it was in high school too. And I wasn't fat in high school like I am now. So taking it off was the worst too.
Taking it off was the worst, Jordan.
Oh yeah, they had to.
I had the tight mesh belly shirt where it would rise up like almost looking like the 80s. I went retro with it.
Okay, Rod, how many people?
When horse collars were up in the day, bro?
Yep.
Oh, you had the neck roll.
No, horse collar, not neck roll.
But double R. How many people were in the stands with that besides like y'all's wives?
Man, it rained. It rained that night too. It was.
Y'all still played,
dude. It was. There's probably about 25 people there.
Were there lightning delays? Did y'all even respect those?
Are you kidding me? It lightning. Sorry, this phone ringing over here. We just kept playing. They had wooden bleachers, man. There ain't nobody gonna get hurt.
Wags, they're like, come hell or high water, we're getting this one in.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you, dude. I'm sitting here thinking about the insurance. I was just like, man, F y'all, no way.
Yeah, did your insurance?
No, I didn't tell him. I mean, hell, are you kidding? No, I'd have staged a car wreck or some shit if something happened, you know?
I can safely assume not everyone there was gainfully employed full time with insurance. Like, what do y'all gets hurt?
Ain't no damn way.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are like on our team, because our team was just like raggedy dag sandlot people. You know, it was like, you know, a bunch of bums. Yeah, them guys didn't have no job.
We used to do the backyard football, you know, for Thanksgiving when everybody would come home from college for Thanksgiving and shit. Stop doing that.
You know, I'm thinking, as a matter of fact, I was still in real estate at that time. I was an independent contractor. Shit, I don't think I had insurance.
Man, I'm wondering, like, if you were to call your insurance agent and be like, hey, I'm about to play an alumni football game as a 40-year-old man. Like, what is that protocol? Or if you got hurt and you were like, hey, I got hurt in this alumni game, what is their protocol? You know, how does that work?
I tell them I was out jogging. It's like,
and I got hit by a car.
Yeah, your leg's broken in half. What happened? Well,
if anything happens, if you're ever injured, just call our guy Ryan Hurricane Heck.
I'd have called Hurricane Heck. Hurricane Heck was in diapers back then, probably. So
yeah, no doubt.
This is
the last. I got to get out of here, man.
We've taken up enough of your time, guys. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even brought that damn picture out. But
no, it's all good. We enjoy
you later,
it.
guys.
Double R. I'll say this real quick before you run. The last thing I'll say is my first year on the beat a couple years back. You know, Jordan doesn't know the story. We're screwing around before the first media availability up there at the Texas basketball facility. They had the you know, a couple of the balls out, right? So me, I'm going to name everyone's. Me, Corey Mose, Jeff Jones, Joe Cook. I want to say, gosh, I'm missing someone who was there. Nevertheless, if you was to start screwing around, we're like, all right,
yep,
no one's there. The players aren't out there. We're going to shoot. Shoot turns into, hey, they're delayed for about 15 minutes. Y'all, you know, do whatever. We decide to start going up and down the court for about 10 minutes, not in hooping shoes, not in shorts, but whatever we came with to cover that press conference. Right. And I promise you, all of us were sore the next day. Just 10 minutes going up and down the court. So I cannot imagine putting the pads on, dog. Oh, Joe Cook tried to touch rim, and I thought he blew out his Achilles.
No, man. I heard
it must have been a musty-ass press conference.
Yeah. It smelled like balls in there. You guys
RT's like, what's going on in here?
What happened here? Somebody roasting peanuts in here? What the hell is going on? All right, boys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Right,
awesome. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. You will never see me playing in an alumni game. I don't know about Eric down at Tampa Catholic, right?
Tampa Catholic and Gaither, graduate of Tampa Catholic, correct. I won't be in either school's alumni games. I'm not. Listen, all due respect to Double R, dog. We got jobs. We actually got to be able to function for, and our job is not even labor intensive like a lot of people's jobs. I can't risk that. No.
Yeah, I turned 23 next week, and I would not suit up in full pads right now.
And I'm 10 years older than Jordan, and I would not. So
yeah. So. Yeah, but hey, so some big news yesterday in the Texas Longhorn Football program. Running backs coach Chad Scott is out after 10 months. Chad Scott came over from West Virginia, was brought in after Tashard Choice departed for the Detroit Lions running backs coach job. And to be honest, the Chad Scott hire was a head scratcher then. It's still a head scratcher now. I don't necessarily know if this is, a scapegoat hire, because if you say, hey, running backs didn't produce, well, that has to do with Kyle Flood. The O-line was not ready to go. They misevaluated the O-line, and the play calling wasn't great either. On top of this, they brought in Chad Scott and Neil Brown to install gap schemes. Let's talk about the running backs on Texas's team last year or this year. Trey Wisner is a zone runner. He has always performed best as a zone runner. Same with CJ Baxter. What the hell was that? I don't know. Like, I remember in either late January or early February, Colin Kennedy and I went we went to a coaching clinic. It was at Melissa. And a little insight, Kyle Flood hates these things. So whenever it's his turn to go, he sends his O-line assistant or analyst. Deron Gatewood, he played at UTEP as an offensive lineman there, and then was coaching at Permian, and then brought on to the Texas staff a few years ago. And he's pretty much O-line coach number 2. Does a lot of recruiting, early relationship building, sends out invites for visits and stuff. And he gave a presentation, and it was practice film. And in the practice film, it showed them talking about gap schemes. And I remember just sitting there being like, what the hell are they doing? They have to be getting a portal running back in April. Wisner isn't a gap scheme runner. And he obviously was going to be RB1. So it was always kind of questionable. Again, don't quite necessarily know if this is a scapegoat hire, if it had to do with production, or if Sark just sat down and thought, look, like, we can probably upgrade at the running back coach position, which brings us to potential candidates. Jabbar Jalouk, Florida, he was Florida's running backs coach. He was not retained on John Summerall's staff. As you can see right here, Kentucky and Will Stein are making a run for him. Or at one point was the lead candidate or a candidate for the Kentucky running backs coach job. I assume he'll also want to keep the associate head coach title, considering, that helps with the pay bump and the resume. We'll see what Texas can offer. Matt Zenitz does a great job, has sources very high up in the Texas operation. I assume that's where this came from. So Jabbar Jalouk is the main name we're watching. Other guys, that are going to be on the hot board, Rashad Samples, obviously, Dallas native, son of, longtime Texas high school football coaching legend, Reginald Samples, and was, actually on the Texas staff at one point under Tom Herman, left to go to SMU, then TCU, then Arizona State, and he's currently coaching running backs up at Oregon. He can also coach receivers and played receiver at Oklahoma State, Houston, and was like a top 100 prospect out of Dallas Skyline. And he's a younger guy too. So he's the name we're watching with Jalouk. Same with Frank Wilson. Still pretty up in the air over at LSU, about if he'll be back or not. I think Lane Kiffin is still trying to figure that out. And, I think it was go ahead.
Super quick. I'm only interrupting right because of the Lane Kiffin part. Kevin Smith was retained at Ole Miss. I've been trying to figure that out. For those who don't know, Kevin Smith, Ole Miss running backs coach, pretty much been with Lane the entire time since FAU, Ole Miss, left for Miami for a year. I'm trying to see if he got retained because I think if he goes to LSU, then Frank Wilson will be available. So I just wonder if you heard anything, if you happen to know offhand.
I'm not. Isn't it Kevin Peoples?
Nah, Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith at Ole Miss. I know that former UCF Knight ran for 1 billion yards his senior year, 2,600 to be exact.
Yeah, my bad. I was getting him confused. I haven't seen that announced, but talking to folks in the agent world that may or may not rep Kewan Lacey, I do think he's going to end up on the LSU staff. Nice. So Frank Wilson, he has held several titles at LSU, associate head coach, recruiting coordinator. Maybe they demote him or put him into a different, position coach job, but I don't know. I assume we won't get an answer there until Ole Miss's season has ended. But I don't know. I thought it was really interesting that Summerall didn't retain Jalouk. I mean, his reputation, one of the top recruiters. It's been, well documented by anyone that knows how to use Google. He was the head coach at Edna Karr High School in New Orleans. Edna Karr, home of Hayward Howard Jr., the Texas corner signee. Also Richard Anderson, the 5-star D lineman that signed with LSU that Texas was trying to flip late. I don't know if they're the best program in the state of Louisiana when it comes to competing for titles, but I would say they're the best program when it comes to producing Power 4 prospects. So having the connection there is huge. Obviously, Lowell and Clark is from Baton Rouge. There's some good ties there. I think Jalouk would be a great hire, not only because of the recruiting part of it, but he's a good coach. He's had success at a lot of places. And, there's also the Jaden Baugh factor. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think there's any way Jaden Baugh ends up in the portal. I think that's a guy the Florida Boosters match or exceed whatever anyone else offers because, they not only see a good player, they probably couldn't find an upgrade over in the portal or on the current team. It's also like the perception battle, that's a real thing. So I don't know about Jaden Barr if he's going to go in the portal. I don't think so. People in Gainesville are very confident he'll be there next year, so we'll see. But if he does go in the portal, he's going to be a 7-figure player. Because if Kewan Lacey is, which he's getting 7-figure offers, then Jaden Barr for sure will get 7-figure offers. So it'll be interesting. But I do think it's probably more likely than not Texas' next running backs coach was on the LSU or Florida staff this year. So, yeah, Frank Wilson, Jabbar Jaluka, the main names are watching. Do you have any thoughts on the firing of Chad Scott and any thoughts on his potential replacements?
Yeah, I'll work in reverse. I mean, you pretty much covered most of the guys. I think Marquell Blackwell's a name that we'd kind of heard last year, kind of thrown around a bit. I don't know if that's a real candidacy. For those who don't know, Marquell Blackwell was at South Carolina, recently let go by Shane Beamer. He would fill Florida ties. He's from St. Pete, former USF quarterback, was with South Carolina, with a couple of programs. So that's just another name I'll throw out there. I keep seeing like Rashad Samples, right? And I'm like, listen, I know it's a name that's really desired by Texas, but hey, I don't think it's going to let him walk out the door, So there's that. Like that's it's not like he doesn't have a job, right? Whereas you're talking about two people in Frank Wilson, Jabbar Jaluk, one who doesn't have a job, another who it's 50-50. That's why I asked Jordan the question about Kevin Smith, only because Kevin Smith had been with Lane Kiffin since 2017, outside of the 1 year he went to Miami. It would make more sense from my point of view, as good as a running backs coach I think Kevin Smith is, it'd make more sense for Lane Kiffin to retain Frank Wilson, all the ties there, so on and so forth. As far as Chad Scott, Jordan hit the nail on the head. It felt like square peg, round hole in terms of what you brought in Chad Scott in theory to do versus what the strengths of the running backs were, and the offensive line also being an issue. Like you cannot ignore that there. When we spoke with Steve, Steve sometimes can be a conundrum. I shouldn't say sometimes, a lot of times can be a freaking conundrum. Not to say he like double talks, but there are times where one press conference will not match up with another, from a time span. And where I'm going with that is when we spoke with Steve about some of the hires, he talked about Alan Clark having the ties to Baton Rouge, right? Filling that void that, come on, man. My man, secondary coach, New Orleans, Terry Joseph vacated, right? That is true. That's not the only reason you hire someone, but that plays a factor, right? It's an easy talking point. And then he also mentioned with Chad Scott, right, wanting to kind of have someone with more ties in the SEC territory. Chad Scott is a native of a Tampa suburb, Plant City, obviously spent time at West Virginia, kind of knows that area. So I guess my thought process was with the Chad Scott hire, maybe you're just like, hey, we lost Tashard Choice. We'd like to get someone to kind of explore into this SEC territory. We think we have backs. We can make this work. And this would kind of be, for lack of a better analogy, lack of a better phrase, Jordan, kind of like the Kenny Baker hire, where it's like we have someone that we can kind of grow, right? Now, Chad Scott obviously had been in bigger programs than Kenny Baker. KB was at Western, and then at the FCS level. But I'm wondering if that was the thought process, because overall, it did seem like a peculiar hire. I'll leave it there.
Yeah. With all due respect to Chad Scott and Steve Sarkisian, it was a bad hire. It was. From any way you look at it. The gap scheme stuff, recruiting. When he got hired, recruits had the same reaction as us. Who is this? We didn't know. Before West Virginia was the biggest place he'd ever really coached at, or it's the biggest title and role he had. And at West Virginia, he didn't recruit or offer any of those kids. And some people might be like, well, he got Derek Cooper. That's pretty good. They missed on like 20 dudes before they got to Derek Cooper. And the only reason Derek Cooper is signed with Texas because they're paying him more money than anyone else offered. And that's okay. That's part of college football. But the recruiting stuff, Javian Osborne didn't give Texas the time of the day once he found out who the hire was. KJ Edwards did. But A&M and Trooper Taylor just did a better job connecting with him and recruiting him. They did a really good job on the OV too. I talked about it back in the summer, but with KJ Edwards, Trooper Taylor and A&M and the staff got his grandparents to College Station for his OV. So whenever KJ Edwards showed up with his immediate family, his brother, his mom, and his dad, his grandparents were there to greet him. And they crushed the OV, offered a really good number in NIL, and he committed on the visit and went public with it like the day after the visit ended and canceled his Texas trip. So they just did a really good job with him. Jonathan Hatton was a guy that Tashard Choice was late on. So, like, that is what it is. He wasn't really ever going to Texas. Not a very good job in recruiting. And then, with all due respect to Chad Scott and Jet Walker would have signed with Texas if you or I were the running backs coach and offered him. You know, he's an Austin kid and wanted to be at Texas. So, and for those that are curious, he's not going anywhere since Chad Scott has been relieved of his duties. Jet Walker will be a Longhorn next year and in the years that follow. But I don't know. All right, Eric's in charge. Eric Sarkisian.
Yeah.
Give me your top 3 candidates in order for the running backs coach job. Who would you target?
I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm gonna go 1 and 1A. 1A, Jaluk and Frank Wilson. Again, I'm not just gonna throw out Rashad Samuels because it doesn't seem realistic. Like, I want people with a name who at least seem in the ballpark. I'm honestly, man, I am really torn on a third. The reason I say that is because given all the factors you just named, recruiting, what system we're running, so on and so forth, and also I saw Woodcrest 45's note. I apologize. I want someone who's going to be in this role at least 4 or 5 years, and a lot of the other names I'm thinking of, I think are guys who are ascending. That's why I'd thrown out again the Kevin Smith example, because I think Kevin Smith, no disrespect to Ole Miss, if you brought him in at Texas, now from a schematic perspective, it would work, right? If you brought him in at Texas, someone who's been committed to coaching at the collegiate level, you're going to get him for 5 years, right, minimum, as long as he's doing his work, his job, right? For me, it's Jaluk and Frank Wilson, 1A, 1B, and I guess I'm probably going with a third in case you strike out on one of those guys. I'll have them before the end of the show. Real quick, Jordan, I should have texted you this. I got to run right at 11 because we got a Sean Miller presser at 11.
All good. I don't know if they could swing Kevin Smith, but that wouldn't be a bad third option. Bad at all. All right, some other potential coaching changes that could happen at Texas. Kyle Flood, very, spirited discourse over his job security at Texas, what it should be, what it shouldn't be. You're Eric Sarkisian again. Is Kyle Flood on staff next year or not?
This one I have gone back and forth with so many times. This is not going to make people happy. The answer is yes, because listen.
Sorry, yes to him being on staff?
Yes to him being on the staff. The answer is yes to him being on the staff. I believe Kyle Flood has his flaws when it comes to, my opinion, I do not like the way the offensive line is developed in terms of how much stock they put in. We want to recruit guys and develop. You've had guys who've walked out the door who haven't worked. Was that an assessment thing? Was that a development thing? I don't know. You talk about some of the guys this year on the roster. NATO's in the witness protection program. Connor Stroh's heading out the door. Some guys have not been developed. However, I think he got the most out of legit talents prior. Those were not talents, obviously, that he brought in. I'm going to point to Christian Jones as an example. And I think Kyle Flood's body of work is this is no disrespect to Chad Scott, again, Tampa guy, but this is not Chad Scott. Kyle Flood at least has enough of a body of work to say you give him one more year. Now, this is my thing. And Jordan, I don't want to derail the show. This was a thought I had. Obviously, we went long in crosstalk. This was a thought I had before I came on. You and I talked about the fact that I think they need to go out and get starting offensive linemen in the portal, not guys who have been around for a little bit and we can see go get starters. I have a couple of group of 5 offensive line coaches that I know who are not going to be happy with me because I am going to write an article some point in time this week about group of 5 studs at O-line that Texas could bring in. I think that would be a real litmus test for Kyle Flood, right? Like if we're bringing in guys who have produced at this level, and just to walk the audience, and for Jordan, because Jordan can provide background on this as to where my thought process is with G5. You did it once before for Texas fans. Remember, you did it with Calvin Anderson, right? Rice came from Rice to Texas, started when the NFL draft. If you don't have to break the bank at offensive line, and offensive line play is always at a premium, I'm not saying you go out and get some scrub, but if you get someone who was a solid starter at that level that you can develop and maybe get for a little bit lower of a price tag than you would a premier left guard from the Big Ten or from anywhere else, that gives you the flexibility to go get legit playmakers should Jack injuries leave, should, whatever, if you need to go get a guy, a receiver, Cam Coleman, whatever it may be, right? That's kind of would be my ideal circumstance for quite frankly, offensive line, for Kyle Flood and the rest of the offense. Is that, and Jordan, I guess some of the audience may not know, dude, I covered Florida International where they lost over 24 players to P4 programs. A lot of those guys were in the trenches, O-line and D-line. I covered group of fives where a lot of group of five offensive linemen, Jordan can attest, sometimes those guys come out of high school, they just need a little bit of seasoning. They need 2 years to get their feet wet, and then they're ready. I think that's a play that Texas really has to look at. So I know I said a lot there, but that's the reason is my answer to yes on Kyle Flood. And if I am going to be yes on Kyle Flood, that's what I would do to make him earn his keep and to try to make sure that I have enough budget to surround the rest of the offense with the requisite pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. If you go the G5 route, you can save some money, but they have to go get 2 starting guards. Right. Or 2 guys who are good enough to compete to start. At this point, I think Connor Robertson comes back for his 5th and final season. Will start at center. Brandon Baker obviously will be back. And then Trevor Gooseby looking kind of more and more like he's going to be back in Austin next year, which I think is without question the biggest possible stay or go player for Texas and affecting the upcoming season. So where I'm at with Kyle Flood, I think he should be gone. Misevaluating the room, not going in the portal this past year, the NATO Umozolo shit. He's a starter through January, workouts, through spring ball, through fall camp. And a week before the season, you go, we'll play Connor Stroh, who has never played a single snap up until the 2025 season. And some people are like, oh, it's on Kyle Flood. He didn't develop Connor Stroh. That part ain't on Kyle Flood. But what is on Kyle Flood is he took Connor Stroh out of high school. With all due respect to Connor Stroh, great young man, great family. They represented Texas very well. And it is a cool story because both his parents are Aggies. He grew up an Aggie and ended up a Longhorn. But I wasn't on the beat when he committed and signed to Texas. But Hudson Standish, Mike Roach, and a lot of other people were. And every single one of them were like, why is Texas taking this kid? Because he didn't play for 2 years. He didn't play until his 3rd year. Should he have ever been at Texas? No. But he obviously was. Should he have ever played this year? No. He shouldn't have. So who is this on? It's on Kyle Flood. Why did it take Kyle Flood 9 games to figure out that, or until game 9 to figure out that the most experienced O-line group is the best O-line group? That should have never happened. They should have gone in the portal. And on top of that, there's been some recruiting blunders. Michael Fasusi is supposed to be at Texas. He was quite literally recruiting other kids to join him at Texas at one point. And Texas offered nearly twice the amount of money that Oklahoma did, not once, but twice. And he chose Oklahoma because him and his family's relationship with Bill Beatenbaugh, Brent Venables was so much better than it was with Kyle Flood. At the end of it, when Texas was trying to make a run at him, and I've talked about this for a long time, when Texas was trying to flip Michael Fasusi in the fall of his senior year, Steve Sarkisian went out to Louisville to see him. Kyle Flood was not on the helicopter. It was Chris Gilbert. Kyle Flood was not on the Zoom calls with Michael Fasusi the night before signing day. It was Chris Gilbert. And he took less money from Oklahoma and chose the relationships more. And is, a freshman All-American, is going to play in the NFL for a long time. He's God-given abilities and is a rare prospect. He's better than Felix Ojo was. He's better than Ty Haywood or any of those other guys from last year. He's a true difference maker. So there have been a lot of negative things that have happened with Texas's offensive line and with Kyle Flood over the last few years. No, I do want to say you have to give him credit. Christian Jones, I mean, the fact that that dude is playing in the NFL and got drafted, I don't think anyone would have believed you if you told them that 5 years ago. They probably would have been like, wait, this Christian Jones? And yeah. So I think that's his best body of work at Texas. But, you know, seasons like these that Texas had is what makes maybe some casual fans realize, oh, there's not a ton of development. It's really about signing the best players. Calvin Banks would be drafted in the first round if I coached in the last 3 years. He enrolled in June or July and started and was the best offensive tackle in the Big 12 as a true freshman and had only been on campus for 2 months. Like, some players just have it, and you got to get those great players, and you can take credit for developing them, but it's Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's. So you look at the other guys, DJ Campbell, this is the best season he's had, but how much better is he from his first year starting?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Baker, he's a 5-star. He should not have been a 5-star, and I was adamant about that even before he signed with Texas, but how has he been? What about the pre-snap penalties that have played Texas all 5 years of the Sark era? Who is that on? It's his positioner. So, you know, I don't know who you go out there and get. I can kind of get behind giving him another chance. But at the same time, it's the final year of the Arch era. You have to maximize it. If he has done these things in the past and shown it's possible he can do these things again, is it worth taking the chance on it this season? I don't know. So I can get behind either one, firing him, letting him coach another year, but I think I'm definitely more on the firing him side. So we'll see. 2 other coaches that I'm kind of keeping an eye on, Dwayne Aquina. This is a very poorly, or I shouldn't say poorly kept secret, but it is something a lot of people are talking about. He's 69 years old. Nice. And I don't know. I do think a retirement is possible, but I think it's more likely than not he's not on the staff next year. Do you have any thoughts on that? And if Dwayne Aquina, Texas were to part ways, any guys that, you know, Eric Sarkisian should try to target for the safeties coach job?
I don't have one in mind for safeties. I probably, to be honest, you know, I probably should start, you know, because we're going to get hot boards ready here pretty soon. So I probably should start running through for guys for that. And the other name who I know you're going to come to in a second. But as far as Aquina, okay, now this is where I got to be the bad cop. Listen, man, like, I wasn't here for the Dwayne Aquina heyday run, right? Like, I've heard the story when Michael Huff was like, yo, this is the guy who put all the guys in the league and so on and so forth. And, you know, having spent time around older coaches, it's really evolved me on just like, oh, guy X is 60. All right, get him out of here, right? With that being said, if I'm just really being honest, I didn't get the buzz around the Dwayne Aquina hire. What that felt like to me, when I'm talking about buzz, I'm saying like, yeah, we got him back, the architect, like the guy who did all the DBs. That felt like for the vibes of 20 years ago. And this is obviously a Texas fan base that very desperately wants to end the national title streak. Or I guess years without winning national titles, the way I should say it. National title streak would be great for Texas fans. And with him having the ties to that era, that's what that felt like. So, I mean, and also, you know, again, I'll say this, Jordan, and I'd love your perspective on this. I know he was doing his thing in Arizona, right? He obviously, you know, kind of, you know, had guys there. Is Dwayne Aquina just really walking and connecting with these guys? I'm not talking about guys who recruit. I'm saying the guys that are on the roster, just walking in and just like connecting with them. I don't know. So if Dwayne Aquina is not on the staff next year, it wouldn't bother me any.
I'm with you. I'm very with you. I do think one thing. So I talked to a former Texas defensive back that played under Dwayne Aquina, was recruited by him, signed to him, you know, experienced a good post-collegiate career, and had a lot of mentorship. Still keeps in touch with Coach Aquina. You know, they talk about their kids, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of asked him, you know, do you think he's back next year? No way. That's what he said. And he said, but I do think he's getting kind of an unfair treatment because he basically said, look, none of those guys that are at Texas right now are guys that Dwayne Aquino would have recruited, that he would have targeted. He wants to run man and purely man and wants an entire secondary who can man up, whether that's a safety, a nickel, or a corner. Everybody has to be able to play man and hold your ground and do it successfully in single coverage. And that is not how this Texas secondary room is built, because Dwayne Aquino did not recruit any of these guys. They're all Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon guys. That's what it is. And, it is a fair point, but at the same time, every single position coach that gets hired at a new job deals with that exact same thing. And I'm with you in some of these comments talking about it was for the fans, the hire. I don't really know about that. I didn't think it was an amazing hire at the time. I thought it was pretty good, though. But, hindsight is 20/20. And you look back, Arizona, his stint at Stanford, they did not end super well. And, could it have been differently if Texas was able to hire him as a defensive analyst once the Jed Fish staff and all that blew up Arizona, and then he got hired back under Brent Brennan? I think that would have been better, but that's not the world we're living in. He's a safeties coach. So, to kind of wrap it up, I don't think he's going to be on the staff next year. And I didn't hate the hire at the time. I still don't hate the hire. I just think he doesn't have the personnel he's used to and has always coached under and schemed under his entire career. Again, he's 69 years old. So him working with these guys is a totally different ballgame. And also, one thing I think is interesting too, Aquino's an old school coach. He's an ass tumor. He's going to get on your ass and cuss your ass out in front of the media too. That kind of coach has gone a bit out of style because now these players are getting paid and can leave whenever they want. Right. And it's like, why would I stay here if I'm going to get my ass roasted every day by my position coach when I can go start at another school and make more money? So, with Aquino, I think that might be part of it too. I'm not trying to say like he's being too mean to the Texas secondary or anything like that, but I do think kind of like with Chad Scott, they can upgrade from the situation with Dwayne Aquino. Now, I don't know who they'll hire. I don't think Blake Gideon comes back since he now has a DC title, and, they're not going to strip Johnny Nanson's co-DC title to give it to Gideon. I don't think Terry Joseph is going to be back. So I don't know. I mean, Corey Raymond would be awesome, but that's fantasy land. He got retained at LSU. So we'll see.
Jordan, can I address Woodcrest 4655's comment? You want to throw it up? How does ash chewing work at Jordan? Ash chewing work at Georgia, Jordan and Eric. Jordan will probably agree with this. I can't speak for him. I don't think we've ever had this conversation before. Here's the difference, okay? It's not that players can't handle ash chewing in the way that guys from maybe, I'm 33, a different era. If you're under 40, so on and so forth, guys who played for Dwayne Aquino. However, the era of I am coach, so you do what the fuck I say is done. Jordan just made the point. These guys are getting paid, okay? That's a whole nother layer on top of this. When some guys, Percy Harvin was telling his receivers coach at Florida, nah, I run this, and that's 15 years before NIL, all right? Imagine Percy Harvin with money. It wouldn't have been Urban Meyer coaching, the team would have been him, all right? My point is, at Georgia, Kirby Smart, and I've talked with people who have dealt with Kirby, he will rip their ass. However, he can get them to understand the why behind it. And you will have to explain the why if you are going to rip a player's ass in 2025. Plain and simple. The days of I am coach, so you do what I say, and you don't need to know why. It's just because my title is coach. That's done. That's the difference in my mind.
Yeah, and also, Kirby Smart is a special kind of coach. Yeah. He is a master motivator.
Correct.
And, I mean, shit, did anyone hear the speech he gave Georgia before they played TCU when the game was over, before it started?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a master motivator. And also, when they recruit these guys, very few times are they winning a recruitment because they offer the most money. Don't get it twisted. It's happening, and that's how they're getting the top players in the class, the 5 stars and stuff. But for the most part, their pitch is, hey, you're going to come here and you're going to turn into a grown-ass man. We're going to work your ass every day. We're going to cuss your ass out every day. But we are the best developmental program in college football, and we dominate teams. It's very appealing, especially because they're arguably in the best in terms of producing difference makers, SEC level body types, physicality, and talents. They might have the best setup in the SEC with the state of Georgia. They've won 2 natties in the last 5 years. They have been good for the entirety of every kid they're recruiting right now's life. That means something. So it can the program and Kirby kind of recruit itself to some degree. And that has always been kind of Kirby Smart's identity. Like Steve Sarkisian was never thought of as an old school ass tour master motivator. He's thought of as a good play caller, good schemer, good offense, has a good coaching tree. But the identities between him and Kirby Smart couldn't be further from night and day, or couldn't be more night and day. So, yeah, that's kind of my answer to that. But, yeah, do you know anything about this?
I don't know the exact story. I've heard versions of Percy jacking up everybody. I've heard stories about Percy stopping drills and being like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore because I just don't feel like doing this. This is not applicable to me. But I don't know that exact story, but it wouldn't shock me.
All right. We can speed run this, or you'll give your opinion first because we only got a minute. But the fourth coach we're watching, Chris Jackson, did not report on it last offseason because it wouldn't have done any good, but he was communicating with NFL teams and was interested in leaving for the NFL. However, he had a buyout on his contract. NFL teams never want to pay buyouts for college coaches. But his contract is up after this 2025 season ends. It has not been announced he has resigned or anything like that. So, Eric Sarkisian again, what are you doing with Chris Jackson?
Throw up Woodcrest 4655's comment. I was going to say, I do believe that Chris Jackson, somewhere or another, whether it's him getting an NFL job or elsewhere, there's a very real chance this could be his last year. And I'm not reporting that. It's just Jordan obviously is closer tied to that specific situation, but it wouldn't surprise me. But I do think if that is the case, Cortez Hankton would be my replacement.
Yeah, Cortez Hankton is interesting. I brought it up yesterday. Everyone, or not everyone, but Google Telly Hankton, New Orleans. Do you know what I'm talking about, Eric?
I know.
Yeah, he's their cousin. So Cortez Hankton ends up at Texas. Everyone be careful about what you say about him online. Yeah, I mean, I think Cortez Hankton would be a good hire. Dennis Simmons at USC would be interesting. He does a really, really good job recruiting. And yeah, I mean, I don't know about other guys. I would love to Keel Shorts in Nebraska, but that would never happen. So, yeah. But hey, Eric, if you got to run, feel free to hop on.
Super quick, those basketball questions that came in the chat, I'll hit on those tomorrow. Yeah, definitely some stuff to talk about before they head to UConn, but I'll hit on those tomorrow. Appreciate it, my guy.
Sweet. I'll see you, dog. Markham Kelly, that wouldn't be bad. Oklahoma fans would probably be pretty upset about that one, but I wouldn't mind Markham Kelly. Didn't Dennis Simmons and Sark play together at BYU? I actually did not know about that, or I know nothing about that. Maybe they did. Trying to think of other receivers coaches who make sense. I do think, I don't know how realistic it'd be, but God, what is his name? He's A&M's receivers coach. He was at Bama for a long time, or not a long time, but for a while. I can't believe I'm blanking on this dude's name. He A&M's active receivers coach. Before that, he was at Alabama. Whatever, but A&M's receivers coach. He's in his first year at A&M. Thank you. Holman Wiggins. Appreciate it, Nathan. He's in his first year at A&M. He was at Bama under Saban for like 5 or 6 years, something like that. Actually, no, he's in his second year at A&M because he was not retained by Kalen DeBoer. So he'll be a name to know. Texas made a big push to hire him when Sark first got the Texas job. They weren't able to swing it. Saban was still there, and Bama was still Bama under Saban. So they ended up missing, and they made such an effort into him. It was kind of like, we don't get him, we're not going to change it. And that's why Andre Coleman was allowed to coach in 2021, and they fired him as soon as that season ended, if not before the season ended, and then went and hired Brendan Marion. So, yeah, but I think he'll definitely be on the hot board. I don't know how realistic it is with Ohio State's receivers coach, position being open. He's going to be a name to know for that. Someone brought up Chris Jackson as getting linked to that job. That wouldn't shock me either. If I was an Ohio State writer, I would definitely throw him on the hot board. And there's another guy that I'm very curious to see where he ends up. I don't know his name, but I met this dude, or I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But whenever I went to Ohio State oh wow, wait, what? They have what the hell? They don't have any coaches displayed on their website. That's kind of weird, but they have a Ohio State wide receivers assistant coach who has been there for several years. And Brian Hartline got all the credit for recruiting, but this guy actually did a lot for it. So, man, that's so weird how you can't see it, but he's basically been the number 2 receivers coach at Ohio State for a long time. He does a really good job. He's in practice every day, does recruiting, hosts a lot of the younger guys on visits, and is the guy building the early relationship. And whenever I was on that visit with Micah Hudson, everywhere we went with Brian Hartline, in the facility, in the film, or in the meeting room, in Ryan Day's office, he was there with him. The assistant was. So, he's going to be a guy that could potentially leave. I'm sure Ohio State will try to keep him, considering, they lost Hartline and want as much, continuity as they can have. But, yeah, Woodcrest asked, or actually, Jose, this is a good point. Whoever coaches receivers, they also just do a tremendous job of evaluating. But Woodcrest asked, is the receiver room at Texas subpar due to Chris Jackson, or just flat out missed evaluations? So, I think it's a mix of everything, but I'd lean more towards missed evaluations. DeAndre Moore has been solid. I don't really have much to say about him. Emmett Mosley, solid. Parker Livingston was coming to Texas. If I was coaching him, that kid always wanted to be at Texas. But Ryan Wingo is interesting because Texas won out for Ryan Wingo. Devin Jordan. Okay, yes. I'm pretty sure this is his name. He's a black guy, and I think a former Ohio State player too. So yeah, that was really weird how Ohio State didn't have their coaches on their website, but not sure where he's from, but again, can't say enough good things about that cat. But with Woodcrest in this question, Ryan Wingo was the guy that ended up at Texas because Texas offered the most money. He silently committed to Mizzou and Texas and flipped that a few different times, and Texas got it done because they offered the most money. Well, has he been worth it? He's a 7-figure player. For what you can get with 7 figures in the portal, is it an upgrade? Probably. Now, at this point, I don't think there's any way he's going to be a cap casualty or asked to take a pay cut, because he will go in the portal. And I do think Texas definitely wants to keep him around. But, at times this year, the drops, the having to run jet sweeps with him because you don't know if he's actually going to catch the ball if you don't put it in his stomach like that. So, or having to, run a lot of screens and slants. Like, being in that stadium for the Texas A&M game and seeing Arch throw that pass in the back of the end zone and then looking and seeing it's Ryan Wingo back there, I was like, oh, God. And he caught it. He made a good adjustment on it. But the past things he's done causes anxiety when you see the ball is going to him. And then he catches it, and it's, you're on the edge of your seat because he can take it to the house. But I don't know. Aaron Butler, he's announced he's going in the portal. I don't think they should have ever taken him. I don't know why they did that, especially because, the signing period runs Wednesday to Friday. They offered that kid Wednesday night and signed him without ever having had him on campus for a visit and not actually having their own official measurements and testing data from camps or anything like that. That was a head-scratcher to begin with. Freddie DeBose was a head-scratcher. They thought about dropping that kid in the month leading up to signing day and decided not to, and then he was the first guy they pushed out last year. And at Snow College, a JUCO in Utah, he had like 200 total yards this year. But he never should have been at Texas to begin with. He wasn't the same player after the injury. And him, Livingston, Butler, and Ryan Wingo were their 2024 receiver signees. Jonte Cook is a bit different on the other hand. It hasn't come out yet. You know, a lot of people were shitting on him and talking about the stupid things he was doing because they were stupid. But, you know, there's a lot more to that story, and I'll wait for Jonte to share it. And it's a very unfortunate situation, but I don't want to put the Jonte Cook thing on Chris Jackson or Sark. It was just an unfortunate thing. But, I mean, Ryan Niblett, I think, you know, his development, it's kind of because he's just kind of a tweener, kind of positionless. And then DeAndre Moore's been solid. So I don't want to say it's, you know, one or the other. I think it's a mix of everything: development, missed evaluations, and also, like, man, there have been times in Chris Jackson's tenure at Texas where he's recruiting guys he doesn't want to recruit. It's because Sark wants him to recruit them. Jordan Clay. Some people on staff are not a huge fan of him. Sark liked him a lot. Eventually, you know, the people that were against it won the battle and they stopped recruiting him. But that's just an example. And there's been a player or two that I do know he was not huge on recruiting, and those players are now on the roster. So it is interesting. And that goes on everywhere. Offensive-minded head coach tells the receivers coach who to recruit, how to do it. Even if the receivers coach doesn't want to do it, he says yes because that's boss man. So it is interesting. And CB, I'm with you. This is a good point. Never understood why Sark went bigger at receiver when his bread and butter were small, fast receivers. Nathan brings up, I think Texas should get Brandon Jones at O-line coach too, the guy at Mizzou. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good hire. I'm pretty sure he's a DFW area native, does a good job in recruiting. I mean, he had Lamont Rogers committed, and Mizzou had the lowest offer of the 4 schools in his top 4. And Lamont Rogers chose Mizzou because he loved Brandon Jones and wanted to play there and took less money everywhere else. Now, Lamont Rogers ended up at A&M, but that's because his mother, her health started declining, and, you know, he decommitted because he felt like he had to be somewhere in the state of Texas to be close to his mom and his family. And his mom is disabled, so you can't blame him at all for that. But Brandon Jones and the fact that he got him committed in the first place is, you know, really impressive with Lamont. So if Flood ends up getting fired, Brandon Jones is one of the guys at the top of my list and is definitely going to be on the hot board. So, yeah. David Keith Williams said if DeAndre Moore has a good combine and gets drafted, Jackson would have a role in multiple Texas receivers being drafted in 2 years. He was the National Recruiter of the Year in 2025. Yeah. David Keith Williams said, I personally think he needs one more year to either develop the great class he signed in 25 or moved on. Woodcrest, I don't know when Jonte will tell that, I assume. I mean, I don't know. Maybe when he's done playing football, maybe after his college career. I'm not sure. Yeah. Hey, Naaman Roberts, I'm with you. I've said it a bunch. I can't stand when people say, hey, this player could start at Texas right now, but Jermaine Bishop could start at Texas right now. He is that good. I agree with you. David Williams said, I kind of think something is going on under the radar at Mizzou. That program has recruited very well in the high school ranks as well as the portal. I really do not know why. They do a good job of splitting the class up with, like, the cheap 3-stars that kind of suck, but they have one really good trait or a few good traits, but they're a year away from being a year away, so you kind of stash them and you don't have to pay them jack shit until they actually turn into starters. And if they don't turn into starters, guess what? They get pushed down and go to the G5. So they do a good job of hitting on enough of those guys, and then they also are still an SEC school. They might not have as much money as Texas, but they got Javion Hilson because they bagged him. They got Damon Wilson out of the portal because they bagged him. The cat that was a true freshman All-American on the O-line for OU and transferred to Mizzou, they bagged him too. So they do a good job of the evaluation side of it, hitting on the low floor, high ceiling guys. And they also are pretty smart about picking which guys to drop the bag on. Like Luther Burden was another bag drop too. So, yeah. And Woodcrest answer this, no, they're not. So, yeah. But, all right, we got to get out of here. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede podcast with Bob Ballou, Mac Brown, and Vince Young. By the way, I have been saying his name wrong, but I did meet Bob at the Georgia game because me and him got into it with the Georgia SID, or not SID, but media people. So yeah, cool little story there. But I'm ending the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get live stream from. And yeah, y'all have a great Wednesday. Happy hump day and peace. I'll see you tomorrow.